Hello.
Hello, Miles. That was
Okay,
awesome.
here we go.
That was just
I found an option to control audio via OBS. Hello.
Hello, Miles. That was awesome.
Okay, here we go.
That was
I
just
found an option to control audio via OBS. Okay, we have audio on stream. Excellent.
Hello.
Testing.
Miles. That was awesome.
Here we go. Okay, we have audio on stream. Excellent.
Hello.
Testing.
Miles.
Can you hear me in the conference?
Yes.
Excellent. Roger, say something.
Something.
Andrew, say something.
Unmute first and then say something.
Something.
Excellent. Thank you, Andrew. And Alex, say
You
something.
still got an echo.
Oh, I think that's background noise from someone's mic.
I've heard three somethings from Andrew.
That's what I said something 3 times. Yeah.
I think some.
Thanks, Alex. Okay, I think we're good. Can I get a confirmation from the viewers that audio is okay?
I am still here. I'm just letting the dog in.
Okay. Just waiting on confirmation from viewers. Excellent. Viewers saying audio is good. Thank you very much for bearing with us. I'm using someone else's setup. So we've got a little bit of a slightly different setup this year. We're running a leaner, meaner, greener team without Mandrake, and everything broke instantly. But that's okay, because we live and learn. So thank you very much to everyone who's tuning in. I can see we've got a lot of viewers on there who've sat with us through the echoes and the feedback, as is traditional. Maybe one day we'll do a technical rehearsal and get things perfect, but this is not that year. So my name is Miles. I'm president of Pirate Party Australia, for those of you who don't know me. I imagine most people tuning in will be Pirate Party members, and potentially some supporters coming in as well. So thank you very much for joining us. If you're not a member, thank you for joining us if you are a member. We'll formally open shortly. A few people might have just gone AFK while we're sorting out these issues, so we'll give them a moment to come back. And I'll briefly say a couple of things about. I guess I may as well say what's different about this year. This is obviously an emergency national congress. To my knowledge, we've only ran one before, maybe two. They're fairly infrequent. The emergency doesn't suggest anything bad. I actually wanted to call this an extraordinary national congress. However, that suggestion did not eventuate for whatever reason. Probably because all of our documentations refer to it as an emergency congress. So it's just because we've got some stuff we need to deal with that doesn't wait. That we don't want to wait until next year for, seeing as we've already had our congress this year earlier. And we'll get out of the way. So I'm anticipating today, this weekend will only be today. I've got a good feeling we'll be able to get through all of it by 4 p.m. And then we can break off. So I'd like to formally open then, if I can just get an indication that Alex is good for us to begin. We've resolved all the technical issues and everyone is good for us on stream. Can I just get a quick heads up from Alex? So I know Roger and Andrew are good.
I'm good.
I regret to inform Miles that pre-selections are tomorrow, as I have told him on many occasions. And indeed emailed people on many occasions. So pre-selections are tomorrow and we have to come back and do all the setup again.
I regret to inform Alex that, okay. Shall we formally begin?
Please do.
Welcome to Pirate Emergency Congress, November 2021. The The housekeeping is a item we always have on the agenda for National Congress. There is usually this will involve things such as it'll usually be related to in-person considerations for Congress. So this will include things such as toilet locations and the amenities, kitchen, fridge, so on and so forth. The evacuation orders as well. As this Congress is online, none of that will be necessary or relevant. I would hope that everyone at home is aware of your own evacuation procedures. If not, please refresh yourself on them on the off chance a fire breaks out over this weekend in your home. I cannot help with that. I'm a trained emergency warden, but I cannot help you with that. Some things are just not possible. So there is one other item, though, which does still sort of apply, which is that although we're coming from many different parts of Australia and around the world, those of us within Australia are participating, either watching, viewing, or broadcasting from land that was not ceded from the First Nations peoples of Australia. And for many of us, this will be very, very different. Some of us may be sharing land from one people or more. I am broadcasting from Yagra and Turnbull land in Brisbane. Now, the next stage of Congress is to adopt the standing orders. And I will, in a moment, we'll place a link to those in Discord and IRC chat and YouTube chat as well. And we'll have a formal motion for all the participants to do so. However, before we begin voting on that, I will encourage all members. I'll remind you that you have voting rights here, and we encourage you to exercise those voting rights and participate as much as possible. To ensure your voting rights are recognized, observed, and recorded, please message the party secretary, Alex Jago, ALEXJAGO, those of you who haven't already. Alex will verify your membership and ensure that you have the proper rights set up on whatever platform you're participating on. Now, I'll invite everyone to have a peruse of those standing orders to understand the process. I'll very quickly run through the highlights. The general rules are not to interrupt the chair or speakers unless raising a vote of no confidence. If you consider myself to be acting in a tyrannical, dictatorial, authoritarian, autocratic, or otherwise unacceptable manner, you may indicate so in the chat through the proper channels. The National Council has appointed myself as chair for Congress, and to act on behalf of remote participants will be Alex Jago, our secretary, Alex Jago. And given that we are all, in fact, remote participants, then that'll broadly extend to Alex being responsible for participation via various platforms. Alex is very good on IRC and Discord and Matrix and handles our relay bot, so he's on top of all of that stuff. And Alex will also be undertaking minutes of Congress, which we'll be making available publicly. Now, the final 2 points of the general rules are mostly applicable to, again, in-person congresses. And for remote congresses, we've attempted to, as much as possible, make the option available for people to address Congress using audio and video, whichever they prefer. Due to our technical issues earlier, it may be difficult to go to that depth of support for this Congress. However, if you do wish to address Congress via audio and video, please make yourself known in advance, and we can make the accommodations. Otherwise, please place your comments into chat, and if you would like something formally read out on the live stream by myself as chair or Alex as your remote chair, please begin your chat comment with a capital, all capitals comment, COMMENT, to make sure that it's formally acknowledged. Now, nominations, there will be no National Council elections. We are, however, having pre-selections. And as Alex has informed me, we'll be having those tomorrow. And the way that will function is we'll be having a formal party vote to determine to formally approve of our candidates in the upcoming federal Australian election. And that'll be in addition to all the other business. And I'll go through the full agenda shortly. For many of you, this will be your first Congress. For many of you, this will be the millionth Congress you have been to. So I congratulate our returners, and I thank you to the new people tuning in. And the there is a formal process for voting, which may seem a little bit odd, but essentially any member may make or present motions to be debated, discussed, and voted on at Congress. To quickly summarize the rest of the standing orders, that is. And so if you wish to make a motion to be formally discussed, you, in all capitals, type motion into chat and then type the text of the motion after it. So if you want to have the party formally vote to endorse so-and-so organization or move or cause or statement, then you write the text of that motion in all capitals, and then after that, write that Party Australia formally endorses X, Y, Z. Then we cue debate, and once the debate has come to a suitable point, then myself as chair will nominate that we move forward to voting, and we'll begin the vote, and all people who have voting rights will place your votes in chat, either aye or nay or abstain, and then we'll close the vote after a suitable amount of time, usually a minute or two. Alex will tally the votes and we'll determine the result, and then we'll have cue applause. So if there are any questions about any of these processes, please feel free to message myself or ask questions in chat. If you are new, then many of the participants will have done this many, many years before and are quite familiar with it. And we've generally gotten quite good at resolving various procedural or bureaucratic bottlenecks or weirdness. So thank you very much for that. Next, we shall go into voting to adopt those standing orders. I'm just writing that up now. Excellent. Alex has placed the motion. Begin voting and place your votes in text chat. So just as I've done there, typing aye if you support these or nay if you do not support this motion. A nay vote not to adopt the standing orders will result in chaos and anarchy, which is great fun, but it will also mean that we're completely bureaucratically incapable of actually formally doing anything. We'll do plenty of things, but they won't be formal. Really great to see the turnout for this Congress. It's really encouraging, seeing a lot of new and old faces come forward. I'm really happy for that. So for the agenda, after this vote concludes, we'll be moving immediately. The agenda suggests we move immediately into the motions. So I'll quickly cover those. We have two constitutional. Actually, no, hang on. We have several constitutional amendments. Two of which have been enumerated, but there are a number of changes within those constitutional amendments. After we've voted on those, we will move on to formal motions. And we have one of those. And then after we've resolved that formal motion, we will have two policy motions, and then we will resolve those. I'd also encourage to... yes, so just to clarify from a comment in chat, every member has the right to vote on all of these. The NC most likely will be voting, but all members are very much encouraged to come forward and vote as well. This is obviously open for all the party. Now, so we have formal constitutional and policy motions. I would also encourage any members who wish to have the party endorse or make motions to an effect to please put those forwards. There is a cutoff time now for certain kinds of proposals. However, the National Congress is the organization, is the decision-making body for the party to decide the big questions about the future of the party, and that is indeed what we shall be doing this weekend. Before we, I can see that vote is still running there.
The universe, everything.
Okay, we'll just wait for that motion to conclude before we move into the next section. I'd just like to indicate, though, that I would like to make a few remarks before we move into the motions. And that will be just to cover some of the activities and things we've been doing since National Congress. and I'll also be inviting the other members of the National Council who are on video with me to make a few remarks as well. And we'll keep that short and just give a nice update so that everyone is sort of in touch and on board. We do, I'll note also that we are still having email problems with our mailouts. We are sending regular member mailouts for our press releases and formal statements of policy and updates and events. Some members have indicated they're not getting those emails, or that those emails are going into their spam. Unfortunately, this has been an issue for a number of years. We've made a number of attempts to resolve these issues. We thought we had resolved these issues last year. However, as of last night at 12, sometime after 12 a.m., it looks like there was members who were still having issues getting emails. So please check your spam email and see if if our emails are getting marked as spam, and please let us know as well. Okay, Alex has indicated that adoption of standing orders has passed unanimously. We have a question about the minutes. They will be distributed around afterwards in full, and but for those of you who are interested in following along at home, there may actually be a link. You can Alex may indicate that there will be a link you'll be able to view if you wish to view the minutes being taken live. Amazing. So I'm going to go into a few quick remarks now. Since last National Congress and since the start of the year, we've had a surge of new members and a surge of activity from old members returning, which is extremely exciting and is an extremely exciting time to be part of the party. Like national presidents in previous years, I've made a big attempt to offer as many opportunities for people to contribute if they have a way to contribute. And indeed, I've found ways to re-energize and reactivate people who are looking for ways to contribute but not sure, or are and the flip side of that as well is that we also, given that the amount of activity and drive we've been seeing, it's really important. I'll remind everyone to be aware of burnout and to ensure that you are contributing sustainably for your own mental and emotional health, and that you're able to continue contributing sustainably for the health of your own sake, but also because it doesn't help the party when you burn yourself out, and can indeed, as we've seen in the past, when a volunteer burns out, it can actively hurt the party as well as your own mental and emotional health. So please consider that. Now, since the start of the year, some of the personal highlights from my end have been to see the amount of energy put into the International Relations Committee, and we've done some really exciting stuff there. We've organized several live streams with mostly European pirates, but also with the American pirates as well. And those have been extremely successful, and we really look forward to continuing those international activities. We also had a big surge of activity in the Policy Development Committee, and a huge amount of interest there for members coming forward to contribute to the policy of the party and to help modernize and update our platform. It's always an ongoing effort to ensure that our policies are relevant, that they are backed by the latest science and evidence, and that has always been one of my biggest attractions to pirate politics. And I know that the members of the party will always ensure that our policies are up to date and are relevant. I've also been, so just more broadly is about the promotional live streams as well. We've had a number of other ones too. And most recently, we had a very successful one last night with some extremely exciting new format. And Roger's going to talk a little bit about that in a minute. And finally, a big thanks to the National Council as well for the last 6 months, both prior to and following Congress, has been one of the most active and most proactive and most energetic and energized and engaged national councils that I have seen in my time in the party. And I'm technically a founding member. I'm not a founding member because I was too young to be a member when the party was founded, but I was around and active and had some kind of informal associate membership. And I haven't seen the National Council this full and this active and this engaged, which is really incredibly exciting that we've got a big team at the top of the party who's really putting in all this work. So I'll now invite the other members of the National Council to make any remarks. Alex, I guess the privilege should go to you as being the workhorse at the back of the party who's really been keeping things going in so many ways. If there's anything you'd like to address or bring up since the start of the year.
Not hugely that I can think of off the top of my head. I just want to say thanks to everyone who steps up and does something, because that's, that's how we work. Anyone who does something and then decides they like it and then sticks with it and does it formally, thank you. We need you. You matter. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Alex. Now I'll invite Policy Development Officer Andrew Downing to make some remarks if you wish to.
Thanks, Miles. Not a massive amount of policy coming through today, but there are several working groups in action, and I would encourage everybody to jump on and do more of that throughout the rest of the year. To date, and we've been quite busy, really more involved in obviously some of the serious motions in relation to fusion and so on that are coming up later today. So that's involved quite a lot of activity where we've been in meetings with other wider groups, often 3 or 4 days a week. So that's been quite active, but that should hopefully be settling down a little bit over the ensuing months, and we'll get some more policy later in the year when we come back around for our usual annual Congress, I expect. But for everybody who has been participating, thank you very much. I'll leave it there for the moment.
Thank you, Andrew. And that policy development work really is what pulls the party forward. In a sense, we have a lot of work behind the scenes pushing the party, but it's that policy which really is the main selling point of the party. It's the policy that we want to see in government. It's the policy that our candidates are speaking and our spokespeople are speaking every day. And it's the policy that are the reason our members are pirates and our members vote pirate and our members are part of the international pirate movement. Roger, did you want to make a few remarks?
Yeah, thanks, Miles. Yeah, it's just been an absolute pleasure to be part of the Pirate Party and be part of the National Council so far for the period that has been since the previous so this year's National Congress. As you pointed out, there's been some amazing activity from the whole group. So it's been a privilege to be part of that. Lots of discussion on our internal groups. Lots of activity. I'd like to give a shout out to yourself and Alex as well. Our sticker drives, T-shirts are now available on the website. Things like that have been missing previously for a while. So the amount of activity has been amazing. So yeah, really glad to be part of it, and looking forward to going ahead with this group. I think we've got some great causes.
Excellent. Thanks a lot. So let's move into the next agenda item, which is constitutional amendment motions. And this is also the point at that we should start talking about fusion. So we have formally notified the party about fusion twice now, or once and then a couple of times informally. So I will recap for anyone who's tuning in or anyone who is a little bit unsure about what's happening. And we are incredibly excited about this opportunity. What is fusion? Fusion is a electoral coalition. It's a soft merger between ourselves and 3 other Australian political parties to ensure that we continue to maintain electoral viability and that we can additionally bring our strengths together in a way that Australian politics has never been seen before. And this has been incredibly exciting for me as one of the people involved in bringing these negotiations forward and bringing them through and bringing these parties together. because not only this doesn't just represent an act of defiance to the major parties, to Liberal and Labor, and to an extent the Greens. This doesn't just represent us saying to them that we're still here despite your attempts to defeat us, because the legislation which increased the party member requirements to 1,500, that was a bipartisan effort. That was Liberal, National, and Labor all pushing for that bill and racing it through. And the Greens, should be known, did put up some token resistance. But what do the Greens care? Because it actually helps them as well. And we knew that, and they knew that, and so there was nothing about that. Yet another radio silence from the Greens, unfortunately, on an issue which affects Australian democracy and Australian society. And so these negotiation processes to bring these political parties together has been an act of defiance there. But more so than that, it's also been an acknowledgement that we have more in common than we have difference with many other Australian political parties. And it's time we acknowledge that formally. And it's time we started working together formally and saying to each other that our strengths and our differences are actually the same. That our differences should become our strengths, that we should make use of our strengths, bringing them together, bringing our volunteers and our passions, our interests and our geographical spread and our backgrounds and our contexts and our standpoints together. And so that's why we have been in discussions with the Secular Party of Australia, the Science Party of Australia, and Vote Planet Climate Emergency Action Alliance of Australia to go through this process, which we are calling fusion. And it's a process which will not result in a bland porridge of grey, orange, brown colors, where all of our individuality and distinctiveness is lost in the mindlessness of a collective. That is absolutely not the case, and I've fought for that through the negotiations, that each of our parties retains our ideological distinctiveness, that we each retain our passions and our policies and our movements and our identities, because that's where I believe our strength lies. And so we will be participating in this electoral coalition in a way that our strengths will come together like never before. So that's the main reason why we're having this Congress today. That's the main reason why we're having this to formally ask the party to endorse and continue this process, to make it practical and actioned within our documentation, within our constitution, and to make the changes that we need to move forward within the coalition body. So the first constitutional amendment proposal that would be putting forward to the party, Cap-1, describe an electoral coalition and relocate the additional membership types. Now, this adds in 4 main sections, which will be, I will just place a link in chat. Now, this constitutional amendment will bring together a number of changes which will make us more compliant with the proposed fusion structure, as well as formally allow us to participate in it. And so some changes to permanent residency and supporter memberships and international memberships. And then section 14 is the big one, which really clarifies the powers and the ability for us to do so. So I'll invite the party to and the members to have a read through and look at that. And there are still questions that need to be asked, and there are still decisions that need to be made around the design and development of the fusion structure. But I have utmost confidence that we're all working together, and that there are multiple pirates who are working to make sure that the processes and systems and structures are fair, and that they capture pirate principles within the structure of fusion. And we've been making huge strides within fusion to bring forward particularly things like membership privacy. Member data privacy has been a huge push that we've been in the fusion structure, as well as various accountability and transparency measures to make sure that members have the power to keep the executive honest. So I'll invite all of the I'll invite all of the members, viewers, and supporters to have a review of that constitutional amendment and to think about what it entails and have some discussion around it. Now, this is a major decision that the party is being asked to make or undertake. And obviously, this is something we have brought up and informed the members of before, that we're undergoing these negotiations to enter a coalition very closely. Obviously, we weren't able to release the specifics of that up until now because we haven't been able to decide on the specifics. We've been had multiple teams busily working behind the scenes to bring this forward, and as part of this Congress process, these constitutional amendments have been made available for weeks and months beforehand. Now, I can see there is we've got a lot of discussion going on in text chat, which is great. And for the benefit of those who are watching on the live stream, the main conversation is happening through our merged Discord, Matrix, and IRC platform. And so to summarize for those who are watching this video back or who are watching only on the live stream, and I'll just quickly put a link, I'll quickly put a link to our Discord onto the live stream. So if you're on the YouTube, but you're not on the Discord, jump on over, or jump onto the IRC, or jump onto the Matrix to join the chat. And I can see a lot of the text chat here is around the name of the proposed coalition, and the proposed name is Fusion Science Pirates Secular Climate Emergency. After months of negotiation, this is what we arrived at, which was, and I'll be candid. This is the name proposal that was the least offensive to the most number of people, and so it was the least unacceptable option. And so members who are commenting that it seems a little bit bland or a little bit generic, you're absolutely right. It is bland and generic because this is the compromise that we agreed to help this coalition move forward towards a place where we can contest elections and we can work together. So it's always been my intent, and I have indicated this a couple of times, that this was a compromise, and it was to an extent a temporary compromise. This name, I've absolutely been intending to open discussions around a new name which represents all of us, which is not quite so generic, a name that will be inspiring and something that does capture what we want to achieve through this soft merger process, something that acknowledges and respects our differences, and something that brings those differences together as a strength. And one of the ideas that has been floated around is the idea of a democratic alliance or democratic coalition. And so that's not a discussion we're having currently. This name has been locked in at this point. But in the near future, so looking after this, immediately after this coming election, this is a discussion that we can and will be having. And I strongly invite all of the members to come forward and participate in these in the fusion process, in the working groups and in the committees. If you have an interest, because we have made this process as open and as available as possible, and we've had a number of members outside of the National Council jumping in to participate and help in some of these working groups. And as much effort and time as the National Council has put in, there's also been other members as well supporting this process. Now, I see we've got a suggestion in text chat about a possible amendment for Cap 1. The comment is section 14.7. Between 6 and 18 months after an election seems quite restrictive when combined with the requirement that we are not elected. And StarTube has put forward 2 possible changes for this section. The first possible proposal is the Pirate Party will cover the nomination fees of... hang on, sorry. I might actually get StarTube to clarify, because I'm not sure if that's a proposed amendment. The comment and the rewrite are separate. Okay, I see. So this is regarding funding for candidate nominations, and the wording of the cap is that where applicable, candidate nomination fees will be borne by the branch the candidate is originally from. Statute proposal is that we explicitly reword that so that the Pirate Party will cover the nomination fees of the candidates from the Pirate Party. So we're putting this in our constitution, and that rewrite will give us the option for funding candidates outside the Pirate Party at our discretion, which gives us more flexibility while still essentially capturing the spirit of what the original section was, maintaining our own sovereignty and keeping our own costs. That seems entirely reasonable.
Can I just throw in a comment in relation to that?
Yes, please.
The issue of paying for the nomination fees of candidates, the question here is more not whether we intended to follow the principles outlined there, but whether they should be enacted at the level of a constitution, or whether they are more ongoing decisions on a case-by-case basis as we move along with campaigns committees and so on. We still retain control over our own budgets as a function of this. All four branches do have that same control. That's because there's a higher level constitution here, which we're not voting on today, which is the constitution of the Fusion Group. And that does not take budgetary control away from us. And so the expectation is that we would continue to fund our own candidates, and that ends up being an activity under control of things like our Congress meetings and our National Council decision-making processes as usual. It would be extraordinary and unusual if we decided to somehow fund the candidacy of a member from a different branch. That would be quite an unusual thing, and it would be rather contrary to the current expectations. I'm not sure we want to actually ingrain a thing like that at the level of a constitution. It seems more like an active campaigns question.
So for those members who are interested in taking next steps and getting involved in the negotiations for Fusion and the development process for Fusion within one of the working groups that we've set up, then please get in touch with myself as one of the committee conveners. I can assist you with where you'd like to get involved with. So we've set up 3 working groups and a formal committee as part of this process. And I'll just bring those up quickly to jog my memory. I'm active on the campaigns committee, which we're setting up for the electoral campaigns, and so we've begun organising candidates and campaign teams for those candidates, and on a state level basis. So there's going to be a lot more focus switching over to that in the coming months. And if you're interested in getting involved in that campaigning, and we've been asking for volunteers, we'll continue to do so, and we'll start pushing that more and more and more over the next couple of months. If you're interested in getting involved at this stage, we do need campaign organisers and campaign support team, which is more than just handing out flyers and door knocking, but also helping out with the logistics. So you have a comment from StarTube there to Andrew. StarTube is suggesting that we reword 14.9a, but remove section B, so the option is not explicit, but also not restricted, that we fund other parties. Andrew, do you have a comment?
There we go. Yes, good. I'm not sure there's any point in having a constitutional item that says you can choose or choose not to do a thing. It means it has essentially no effect. We can do or not do. Okay, good. It said nothing. It doesn't bind us to any particular criteria at all. Therefore, it's not really functionally a constitutional thing. I actually felt like I should comment on some of the things that we have done in our work in the Constitutional Working Group. We sort of did go to the extent of stamping out a minimally acceptable agreement between the different branches that are joining here into Fusion. And a couple of the really top level criteria that were like, we're not moving unless this happens, really fell into a couple of camps. One was that at the call it the National Council level of Fusion, that there should be equal representation on that committee from all branches, regardless of how elections happen within that. And I think we found agreement on that, so that's good. And the other one was that we really insisted that each of the branches, that is to say, parties joining into this fusion, should be free to pursue their own goals explicitly. So we're not. That's the thing that Miles was talking about earlier, where he's saying that we have the freedom to pursue and continue to be the thing that we are. We're still pirates. Being pirates doesn't go away in this. We still have our autonomy in that sense, as do each of the other parties. Vote Planet get to pursue their environmental and climate change issues. Secular get to pursue their secular issues. Science get to pursue their scientific policy issues, their futurism and so on, and pirates get to continue to pursue our issues. And there is a mutual pact to support each other in doing so. That's the gist. That's why this is more of a federation type of a setup than it is an actual merger into some bland hodgepodge of policy or something. It's not that. Having said that, I'm also working in the policy group where we're trying to draw together the collective, what is it that we all agree with? And there is a remarkable degree of overlap in between these merging parties as to the things that we actually agree on. It is stunningly wide-ranging. So that's very, very positive from my perspective. That's about all I have to say there, I think.
All right, so Sarchu, do you still want to go to a motion for amendment, or are you happy to let it rest? Just got some chatter going in Discord chat there. So for those who are interested, we also have a policy working group at a fusion level, which is looking at the differences and similarities between our different parties and looking at ways we can build a unified promotional campaign based off that. So that policy working group is meeting on Tuesdays, I think. It's Tuesdays. I'm not a part of it, but they've produced some excellent messaging and themes arising from our respective policies. And we're looking at building those into our electoral campaigns over the next few months. Mr. Archie was saying he wants to go for his option A for a rewrite. And his proposal for rewrite is that the Pirate Party will cover the nomination fees of any candidates originating from the Pirate Party. And that would go into our constitution to make explicit that we would pay for our own candidate fees for elections, and leaves us the flexibility to, if we wanted, and this currently isn't an option, but if that is suggested that we do, make it an option to allow us to support the financially support the nomination of candidates from other parties.
I think something to note there too, while it's been discussed, and maybe Andrew, if you wanted to mute your mic while you're chatting, this constitutional amendment is not just, while it's in the pirate constitution, it's talking about what are our requirements for the coalition that we join. So it's not just talking about what the Pirate Party will do, but our requirements of the constitution of the party that we're joining. So the call out there is that each branch will do its own, is responsible for its own people. It's not saying that we can't contribute, but it's saying that that's the base level requirement that we would want of a coalition that we're joining.
There may be support for other members of the party to make this explicit. So, do we have any other people who want to chime in to support Statue? And obviously, Statue, you're free to make a motion to formally decide to move on, or rather, to formally vote over your proposed amendment, which would be a way of moving forward with this. Okay. StarTube is withdrawing the suggestion. So some good conversation there, back and forth. So we may be ready to move on to an actual vote to adopt the motion as presented. So I'll call for any last comments, questions, suggestions, or trolling to go into text chat, please.
Trolling.
it has happened before. We've had some very clever trolls at previous national congresses who have, yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to go to a vote to adopt Cap 1, describe an electoral coalition and relocate the additional membership types. I'll just quickly read the rationale again. This new section outlines the terms under which we would join an electoral coalition such as the one we propose to join in FM1. Negotiations are still continuing at many points. This lays out what we offer and what we require. The additional membership types have been unchanged since they took their current form 6 years ago in 2015. This part of the motion moves into the main constitution. The reference to associate members, which is many years out of date, has been deleted. And this is one motion to ensure that the proposed section 1410 can functionally refer to supporter membership. Now, those of you who are in favour of F formal motion 1, and formal motion 1 is the formal vote to affiliate ourselves to Fusion, and please vote for this constitutional amendment proposal as well. So I'm not seeing any comments in chat around this. So let's take it to a vote. This is before the motion to approve Cap 1. Begin voting. Place your votes in chat.
Hey, Mark G came out to play.
Yep, it's been fantastic seeing a couple of familiar names from Pirate veterans coming forward, as well as many new members as well. New and old members coming in to participate. Got a couple more votes there still going.
Be right back. I'm still here on audio.
Yep, I'll just duck out as well while waiting for the vote to close. Back in 30 seconds. I've been on mute. Thank you very much for bearing with me. And we're back. That vote has passed unanimously. So we're ready to move on to Cap 2 now. This one is a little bit overdue. This one is in fact about 8 or 9 years overdue. And this one cleans up a lot of inconsistencies between ourselves and the New South Wales Fair Trading Model Constitution. So it just makes us a little bit more compliant with our legal obligations. And this was a project of mine. It cleans up a lot of organizational debt for us, which has been going on for a number of years. And also fixes up some potential issues. So the rationale for this, we update our party constitution periodically to reflect changes made to stay compliant with the Associations Act for New South Wales, and that's obviously the legal authorization for us to exist as a entity. And without us updating our constitution, we introduce compliance risk, where the worst case scenario is that we become forcibly deregistered or shut down and our assets get frozen, and certain party officers get charged large fines. That's not going to happen. There's no chance of that, or there's an incredibly minuscule chance of that happening. However, this one just cleans up a little bit of organizational debt to make sure that we stay functional as an organization. So there are some tweaks to, so for Cap 2, there are some tweaks here regarding the Dispute Resolution Committee, the public officer, liabilities, funding, authorized signatories, and a whole heap of other miscellaneous things. So a lot of this is fairly dry and not directly relevant to the day-to-day running of the organization. A lot of this stuff is won't really change how we do things anyway, or how we're supposed to do things. The addition of the member liability clause is potentially quite important, as it means that if the Pirate Party were to somehow accrue vast amounts of debt, then we wouldn't get the ATO, knocking on my door, or John's door, our treasurer, or Alex's door, our secretary, demanding payment of large sums of money towards the people that the Pirate Party owes money to. So I'll give everyone a minute just to have a quick review of Constitutional Amendment Proposal 2.
Not that we ever take out any debt. It's not really a thing we do.
Yeah, exactly. We're very, very financially prudent in the party, and we have well-kept accounts, and a large part of that is thanks to former Treasurer Mark Gibbons for a number of years, who's done an excellent job in keeping the books up to date. And additionally, also, we have a very supportive member base who have always been extremely supportive for our donation campaigns and to keep the party running. And so we've always found ourselves in the extremely gratifying position that we usually have more donations than more donations than we need to do the minimum to do the minimum amount that we need for election campaigns and to get by. So we usually have a very healthy revenue stream from donations from our members and supporters, which is extremely encouraging. That we've never had an issue with being over budget. We've never had an issue of any kind of a financial crisis. That said, we can always find ways to spend money, and if we were to receive some big ticket donations in the 4, 5, 6 figures, then the scale of the things we could do would be incredible. We could start opening up billboards and TV ads and the like, and our reach would just increase massively. Startups put a comment in chat. We don't have enough budget for pizza money. That is categorically false. The Pirate Party has indeed funded pizza budgets for live meetups, and we will continue to do so. If you want to organize a in-person meetup, we will give you a pizza budget. So consider that a motivation. We'll not just, sorry, let me clarify, not just pizza and beer budget. Pizza and beer budget.
Beer.
You must, however, actually organize a meetup and invite other party members and supporters in order to access this pizza and beer budget. So the challenge is laid out: free pizza and beer, but you must invite other members and organize an actual meetup. So we have a comment from IRC from Jed B. I'm seeing a few references to a special national congress as distinct from emergency ones. Could that have been a better term for this sort of congress? Thank you very much, Jed. That's been a little bit frustrating for me. I wanted to call this one a special national congress. I wanted to call this an extraordinary national congress. I did not want to call this an emergency national congress because this is not an emergency. This is an extremely exciting time, and we need to acknowledge that. So, okay, Alex Jago is clarifying that emergency and special are meant to be distinct categories. Alex, could you clarify that? What the distinction is there? My understanding of the difference between special and emergency is, the motivations are different. So emergency would be for when emergency is the vote of no confidence option. If you think I'm being a tyrannical dictator, and as an alternative to getting out the pitchforks, you can have an emergency national congress. However, if the National Council wants to, if the Andrew's got that look in his eyes, feeling a bit worried here. Good thing there's an entire state border and the lockdown between us and me and him. But if the National Council decides to needs to make some big votes for affiliations or coalitions or policy or what have you, we can hold a special National Congress, which is less emergent, but still very special. Alex is in text chat suggesting you compare in the proposed sections that you compare section 6.1 bracket 5. If at least 25% members participate in the petition the National Council to express a lack of confidence, then the National Council shall organise an emergency National Congress of all members within 30 days. StarTube is exactly right. The Emergency National Congress is for mutinies, a democratically sanctioned and now legally compliant mutiny. That's democracy, folks. That's democracy for you. Now, section 6.1, bracket 8, National Council may, where it thinks fit, convene a special National Congress for such purpose as we see fit, such as electoral affiliations, coalitions, candidate pre-selection, policy amendments, and so on and so forth. Now, we have a couple of questions in chat from Surprised. Please feel free to ask any kind of questions you like. This is exactly the kind of venue to talk about and discuss anything related to the party. I'm particularly eager to talk about the election and so on and so forth. So, surprise question is, what, if any, is the mechanism for resolving policy conflicts between different branches of the Fusion Coalition? That's a really good question. So, Andrew, take it away.
So I'm actually in the Constitutional Working Group, in which we are currently actively working through the questions of how to do, let's call it fusion level dispute resolution. There is a set of processes kind of similar to the sort of processes that we're talking about. We already have for the Pirate Party, where there is a dispute resolution committee and so on. And people have come to that party with quite a wide range of, let's say, history around parties that have grown up and found themselves sometimes really messed about by individuals who have been abusive. Sometimes the reverse has also happened, in which people have abused the dispute resolution process to tie a party in knots just as badly, or combinations thereof. So we're working very carefully through the sort of process we want to have, including ideas like if you have a dispute resolution committee that are working through a complaint, that they can return results that say, yes, we support this disputed claim, or no, we reject this disputed claim, or three, we believe that the complaint was vexatious and should act back against the complainer, because these sorts of issues can really mess you up, particularly as you grow. So people were bringing to this discussion a lot of history in which they'd experienced all sides of this, and that can be quite difficult in terms of sort of growing pains. You know, if you suddenly find yourself with a lot of electoral success, for example, you get a lot of people who suddenly join and suddenly want to acquire power within your organization, and they can really get the elbows out and get quite pushy and abusive. And you want to deal with that, and you want to actually have your processes lined up to deal with that before you get there. Otherwise, you stumble as soon as you gain power. So we're working through that quite carefully, and there's a lot of history coming into that, but I would not say that it's set in stone at this time.
I can certainly remember speaking from experience that we've had in the past, we have had members come forward and run for national council, or members come forward and run for election, who have I won't obviously name any names. These are just allegations, but it has been my opinion at the time, and sometimes shared with other members, that that those individuals have been doing so not for good reasons, not for the purpose of the party, but rather for personal aggrandizement or to assuage their ego, so on and so forth. It does happen. It has happened within the history of the party, and so I've done my best through my time in the party to always encourage that members come forward and contribute within the spirit of the party and the principles of the party, and to do so for the betterment of our ultimate purpose, which is Australian electoral politics, and to see our principles and values embedded more broadly in Australian society. A second quick question: how many members are there in Tasmania? Related to the question of pizza, we used to have an extremely active Tasmanian branch. In fact, there's around 6 to 12 members who are meeting weekly. In fact, I remember they were meeting weekly, and so a few of them are still around. And to my knowledge, there's at least 2 or 3 who are currently active members. So it's definitely possible that you could have a in-person meetup. Similarly, in Queensland, New South Wales, and to an extent South Australia, we have the members available and willing to come up to meetups. We just need people to organise them. Alex Diego is asking in chat, does anyone want to speak against CAP 2? I think we're ready to go to a vote for this one. Let's put that motion forward. And maybe for that to go to a vote. Okay, motion has placed. Hang on. Well, hang on. That's a blank motion. Hang on a second. We're voting on Nothing. Sorry, Alex, did you forget to put in the motion text? Zach is correct. Everyone is voting aye for nothing. Okay, that motion lapses. We're now going on to motion adopt cap 2. Please place your votes in chat. There we go. So we have a number of current and former electoral candidates in participating in the Congress this weekend. And when I say current, obviously that means members who've nominated themselves for pre-selection. And just quickly a comment from Discord, Jed B is abstaining from the blank motion. Oh my God, Jed, you're going to create a wormhole. You're going to destroy us all. Yeah, so we have a number of members participating who are going for pre-selection, and they'll be invited to speak to address Congress tomorrow. And we'll probably talk about the election campaigning tomorrow as well. But I will quickly mention we had a very successful live stream last night with 2 of our fusion partners, Vote Planet and Science Party. And the topic was climate change. We were discussing some of the science and ecology behind it, some of the technology behind it, and then looking at the existing policy proposals from the Liberal and Labor Party. So those of you who tuned in last night, thank you so much for the great discussion and questions. And there was some great back and forth, and we'll actually be putting that up on YouTube shortly to rewatch. Actually, should have been uploaded now. It should be uploaded now. So we'll be probably publishing that today or tomorrow. If anyone who wants to rewatch that. Okay, just waiting for this motion to conclude. We have, it looks like it's going to pass. Just waiting for that motion to time out now. Okay, so Alex is closing the motion, so that passes. Let's move on to the next item. So we're now that both constitutional amendments have passed, and we'll go to the full party referendum. Next, we'll be moving on to the formal motions. Now, we have one formal motion, and I'll place a link in chat. So formal motion 1 is to affiliate to Fusion. Affiliate to the actual coalition that shall be known as Fusion, Science, Pirate, Secular, and Climate Emergency. Rationale for this one. Recent electoral changes have tripled party registration threshold to 1,500. The party's peak membership in the days when we did not require annual renewals barely reached this threshold. And more recently, we're even below the old 500 member threshold. Therefore, the National Council has sought a coalition with like-minded and similarly impacted minor parties. We believe joining forces is our best option to ensure pirates will be on the ballot under our name, retaining our existence, identity, and advocating for our politics. So CAP 1 was the constitutional changes to enable and support this affiliation. And the National Congress is the peak decision-making body for the Pirate Party of Australia, is the place to formally decide to proceed with this affiliation. Now, we've discussed this extensively this morning, and we've also discussed extensively over Discord in the preceding few months. And we've also heard from members of the other parties as well. And there's been a lot of sharing and chatter and discourse going back and forth. So this one should be something that everyone is well aware of, that we've been moving towards and been asking to happen. We've made a lot of progress towards this. Do we have any final discussion around this affiliation? Comments, questions, or uncertainties? Or shall we move straight into a vote?
So, in case it wasn't clear, the previous cap at a constitutional level was explicitly about providing the structure within our constitution that allowed for affiliations and the basis of that, whereas this particular motion is to adopt this specific affiliation.
We don't seem to have any discussion happening around this one. So how about we move into a vote, and let's put that in motion. No, so Sachi was asking if we've already voted on FM1. No, we voted on CAP 1, which was the constitutional amendment proposal to make us compliant with Fusion. What we're going to vote on now is formal motion 1, which is to formally affiliate with Fusion. So, no, this is not a... So Gold is suggesting this might be a name change. No, this isn't a name change. Pirate Party Australia is going to remain Pirate Party Australia. However, we will be contesting the elections under the Fusion name and brand, which will include Pirate Party identity, politics, and Pirate Party branding, alongside the Fusion branding and alongside candidates from the other parties in Fusion as well. So we will be campaigning alongside Secular Party and alongside Science Party and alongside the Vote Planet Party. So those of you who are going to be, those of you who are enthusiastic to come along and participate in the election, we will need volunteers. We will need so many volunteers. Please do consider volunteering for us. But also bearing in mind that it's not just pirate candidates standing forward. but also candidates from other parties. And so we'll be asking you as members whether you'll be willing to consider supporting these other candidates, noting that they have very similar policies to ours, and also they will be supporting Pirate Party policies. All members will have the option of supporting a Pirate Party candidate near you, or if there's no Pirate Party candidate, we'll give you the opportunity to support other like-minded candidates.
And what's particularly nice is that if you're volunteering into this larger group, you're far more likely to find yourself actually working together with other people at polling sites and things like this, which is a lot easier to get through than simply standing out there by yourself.
We call it the lone crazy effect. And when we're out there volunteering and handing out flyers and stuff, we always try to have at least 2 to 3 volunteers where possible. It's not always possible, but working as part of a group does make you feel more legitimate, more serious, and makes people treat us with more respect.
Yeah, one person with a sign looks kind of suspicious. 2 people with a sign, all right. At least someone else thinks they're not crazy.
Whereas 3 people with a sign, that is a movement.
Yeah, 3 people with a sign is a movement. That's right.
So I'm just waiting for Alex to put the motion. If you're just typing it up, Alex. Motion put. Please place your votes in chat. Motion to approve formal motion 1, affiliate to Fusion.
I've got my eye in first on the last 3 votes.
That was close, yeah. I didn't have mine typed and ready or anything. I was just watching for it. I saw it, like, boom, typed it out, slammed it out with my 125 words a minute. StarTube is suggesting we have some kind of a centralized organization space to coordinate for the Fusion organizing. We have a couple already. We have a ClickUp, which I'm not hugely in favor of. It's like a bad Trello. It's okay. It's not great.
I haven't seen it being used.
Someone keeps assigning me tasks on it and then completing the tasks for me. Or like there'll be tasks on there for me and I'll go and do them, but I won't close them in ClickUp. Then I'll get an email like a week later saying your task is overdue. I'm like, holy shit, I thought I did that a week ago.
Yeah, we do have there is a Fusion Discord as well. Discord server for Fusion already.
And that is
Aaron from Science created.
That is an organizing Discord. So we're using it to do the organizing and stuff. It's not really for general chatter at this stage. But if you do want to help out,
I think once the election is formally announced and we do start getting into those groups, then there will definitely be a need for that central organizing space. And that'll get set up. But we're still in the motions of formalizing all the party things.
they're very practical motions. Very pragmatic. It's not just symbolic stuff. We're actually doing things, making decisions.
Constitution amendments for Fusion on how we spend pizza money and beer so that it aligns with Pirate Party policy.
The Pirate Party policy is that we eat the pizza and we drink the beer. That's the policy. So Startube, is that a suggestion for Pirate Party or your Pirate Party Trello board, maybe? I must have about 6 months or like a year worth of Trello gold now because of the amount of people I've invited to Trello. Alex Diego was suggesting, Secretary of Pirate Party Australia, suggesting that we drink the pizza and eat the beer. And for anyone who is confused about that, remember that beer is made from yeast, which is the same thing as bread. So beer is essentially a staple food. And if you're concerned about how to drink a pizza, well, I'd like to introduce you to something called a Bloody Mary. I don't know how many people are cocktail drinkers here, but give a Bloody Mary a go and you'll know what it's like to drink a pizza with vodka. Who thought that was a good idea? They got a tomato one day and just like blended it with a bunch of vodka and some like oregano and pepper sauce and Worcestershire sauce.
Already a pizza lover, alcoholic pizza lover.
Yeah.
Oops, we just lost Roger. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Should we actually I've just remembered that this motion bot in fact does not auto finish, does it? Alex, can you just clarify for us whether this motion bot has a timer on it or not? Okay, Alex is closing the motion. So full motion 1 passes to affiliate to Fusion. Yep, okay, so we're going to have to actually, we'll have to set up a timer running then. I'm assuming Alex is running a timer. Alex says, there is no motion bot. It's me. I'm the robot. I mean motion bot. Okay, that one passes. Moving on to policy amendment proposals. PM1, Sovereign Wealth Fund. Andrew Downing, take it away.
Okay, so where's my right screen here? Not that one, not that. There we go. So we did, one of the working groups we had going was on economic issues, and we were looking at the countries like Norway and the way that they run a sovereign wealth fund, particularly as it relates to mining, and we think that's generally a good idea. What I'll do is I'll read through this policy as written, and I'll provide a little commentary as I work through that. Excuse me. So Sovereign Wealth Fund as a resource tax is the name of the policy. The general intro is mining as an industry has numerous conflicting considerations. There are environmental issues, land rights, and economic issues around employment, taxation, royalties, and other regulation. This policy is focused on the economic issues. That is not to say that those other issues are unimportant, merely that in this specific case, we are focused on the economic part of this. The Australian economy is heavily weighted toward primary industries. If you're not aware of that, you should be. And that has some longer term dangers in the sense that at some point we run out of easily accessible minerals, and we have no compensating secondary or tertiary industries to compensate economically, and we all fail. So that would be bad. Anyway, according to the RBA, resources represent over 2/3 of Australia's exports, and the Bureau of Statistics data show a 500% growth in mining revenues since the 1980s. So from the industry perspective, the economics of mining industries is that they start with the richest, most easily accessible deposits, and then over time they shift to less rich, less accessible deposits, and productivity declines. And they do attempt to offset that by becoming more efficient as they work through it over time. But nevertheless, you get these declines. The last Australian Government Productivity Commission report into mining was from 2008. That showed slowly declining productivity amidst long-term investment in technology and automation that was yet to yield returns. So they were working on trying to become more efficient, but that increased efficiency was not yet yielding returns in their productivity as a sector. More recent reports from 2020 into Productivity Commission Resources Sector Regulation Study Report highlighted the industry's need for regulatory certainty. That is, it doesn't necessarily matter to the mining sector whether their costs increase or decrease, because they can always work that into the cost of the goods that are produced. What they need is regulatory certainty. They need to know where the prices are going to go up or prices are going to go down, where the taxes are going to go up, taxes are going to go down. They want to know ahead of time because they're planning in terms of multi-billion-dollar investments, those sorts of things. So this is because they need to perform a lot of exploration upfront investment before ever seeing any mining returns. So they tend to have big investment upfront and subsequent returns that are splayed out over years, going on decades often. Without certainty about taxes and regulation, they are making an unmanageable risk. So from a long-term nation-building perspective, minerals are a limited resource, however. And although we are gaining efficiency in their extraction, we will eventually face diminishing returns. Living off the recurring income from taxation and royalties of a limited and diminishing resources is not a sound long-term strategy for Australia. A general effect of taxation is that it tends to reduce the thing that is taxed. In relation to mining, we don't want to reduce employment or exploration, but we do want to retain more of the value that is generated from that extraction. We can accumulate an increasing portion of mining profits into a sovereign wealth fund. We also do not want to make sudden regulatory changes that will prevent future investment. Given all these considerations and in the balance of things, we propose the following changes. 1, gradually reduce mining corporate taxation over time so that exploration and operational costs reduce and in lockstep gradually increase royalties on royalties on resources extracted so that taxation reflects actual resource extraction rather than employment or exploration costs. So we're not just talking about giving them tax breaks. It'll end up costing them more or less the same, but less of it is tax and more of it is royalties, and those royalties go into a sovereign wealth fund. Taxes on resources with high negative externalities, such as carbon producing coal or gas, would increase according to our existing climate policy. So this is independent of whatever else we might say about negative externalities, such as CO2 emissions and so on. As royalty payments increase, redirect them into an Australian Sovereign Wealth Fund, ASFW, ASWF rather. Where Australian government-funded mineral exploration is the basis for new mining sites, there should be an open commercial auction for the rights to exploit these new sites, because if the Australian people paid for the exploratory costs up front, then the private industries that make use of that should pay for the work that the Australian government and the people funding it actually contributed. Manage the long-term investment of the Australian Sovereign Wealth Fund as a broadly international, ethical and diverse investment fund where only future profits above inflation may contribute back to national interests such as healthcare, pensions and other social security needs. The idea is that we want to accumulate and save the gains that we make through mining and the extraction of limited resources and preserve that wealth into the future to continue to act as a long-term sort of savings and buffer against future costs, rather than simply blow our resources now and let private companies run away with the outcomes from that and just wash our hands with it. And then when it all runs out, we're left high and dry. We don't want that. So we should be vectoring some of that into a sovereign wealth fund to accumulate that over time. We have an assortment of references backing up some of the claims we're making in this to the composition of the Australian economy, a snapshot from the RBA, productivity in the mining industry from the Australian Productivity Commission, Australian GDP from mining from the tradingeconomics.com, Productivity Commission Resources Sector Regulation Study from the Government of Australia. Some examples of royalty systems that are already in place. This doesn't require the creation of a new royalty system. Royalty systems do already existing for mining. It's just they tend to be used to fund state government activities today explicitly rather than actually ever being vectored into a sovereign wealth fund. So this is more a redirection and increasing change over time rather than an entirely new system. We have a reference to the government function, say pension fund of Norway. Norway has been doing this with their oil extraction for quite some time, and it's been quite a successful system for them. And it's funded quite a lot of their social systems. Also a reference to our existing climate change and energy policy, which is not in conflict with this, to my knowledge. That's probably all I have to say on that one for the moment. If anybody has any discussion, questions, other issues, please raise them now. Thank you. I should mention that MilSpec was one of the other major contributors to this policy development. Just for fair and open declaration. That sounds dramatic. Epic, almost. Just looking at some questions there from Surprised in the discussion channel. Number one was curious about effects on existing stakeholders, holders of mining rights, for instance. I'd say that they are neutral. What we would try to lay that out was that we would have a progressive change in the way that this occurs, but we were reducing the regular taxation in parallel with increasing the what was the right phrase we used for this? Royalties. So whilst we're reducing taxation, we're increasing royalties, which should make for a net zero change to their costs. It's more a redirection internally. So they shouldn't see it as an actual change to the to their any effect on them as stakeholders. If we wanted to increase the royalties above and beyond that, then it would have consequence. But if we were going to do that, then we'd also want to do it gradually and in a predictable way. The key issue that the mining industries have always made when queried about these things is that they essentially want predictability. They want to know what the costs are going to be, projected out for some number of years ahead. And so that they don't tend to object wildly if you're going to put costs up. Sure, okay, if costs are going to go up, that's fine. We just need to know when and by how much as their primary consideration, because they'll factor that into their business models. the current effective tax rate on major mining companies. The current effective tax rate is the same as any corporate tax rate. It's not different for mining companies. What do our mining costs compare to other countries? How do they? I don't know, to be honest. I'm trying to adjust what we're doing here relative to the current state of play, rather than trying to compare us to other nations. We have an active mining industry, and it's grown by 500% since the 80s. So I don't think there's a problem in terms of the cost structure, in terms of do it in Australia versus do it anywhere else. We're not proposing to radically change the cost structure, only to more or less maintain that, but redirect it toward long-term savings by the government for future public benefit, more than actually change the cost structure. So we didn't concern ourselves with that too much. How do our mining costs? We already did that. Apologies again. These questions will be better put to the committee. You are all welcome to join the committees when we're working on this. Should make that very clear. We adopt and have historically adopted and will continue to adopt to join the committees when we're working on this. We are all of the working groups and so on are open public meetings. Any member can join in and actually participate directly, and even non-members are welcome to listen in and contribute ideas if they want to. They just won't get voting rights.
We have a question from the live stream from Nippos. Is there any prescription as to how the fund would run? I wonder if that's a description, how the fund would run, e.g. Norway only invests outside Norway.
Yes, they do. And they, in fact, I kind of like that idea. I am open to suggestions that we should operate it similarly. One of the things that happens potentially with I call it a potential conflict of interest with the way that a sovereign wealth fund gets invested is that future politicians could abuse that fund by using it to fund their pet project in Australia, knowing full well that the returns on that are going to be negative. But they go, but it's for the nation, and therefore they justify it. Norway sidestepped that by essentially saying this fund will only be invested overseas, so there's no conflict of interest with the internal politics of the nation in that investment choices, and so it's independent of that. But furthermore, they have a set of, call it ethical guidelines for the investment. They won't, for example, invest in things that are going to increase climate change, or that are polluting, or that are associated with corrupt governments, or a variety of other factors like that. So they try to invest in things that are positive, growth-centric, for a better future on a global basis, but they won't do it inside of their own country because that creates a conflict of interest at a political level. And I'm quite amenable to similar provisions. We did, in fact, actually say as a broadly international, ethical and diverse investment fund. I'm not sure whether that covers it sufficiently for you to say it's an internationally ethical and diverse investment fund. We could be more specific than that if you wanted.
I might add a quick comment regarding the the question of whether it was appropriate to, Surprise said, apologies, these questions would be better put to a committee rather than dumped to the final vote discussion. Actually, I want to push back on that. Traditionally, we've always had in-depth discussion and debates on the floor of Congress around policies where there has been, regardless, where there's been completely uncontroversial motions put forward, have still faced extensive debate and deliberation. That's a very long-standing tradition. I think it's a very healthy tradition as well. that we enable and support this level of discussion. Not everyone is able or willing to put in the time to come to all of these committee meetings and really hammer out the policy in the lead up. So it's important that we understand and review it as much as possible in the final formal avenue.
There's another thing that Surprise raised, which is that this is a redirection of funds from state to local, from state to federal. Andrew, is there any proposal to compensate state governments for this loss of income?
We did not suggest that we would redirect existing royalties from state, just that the additional royalties would go to this fund. So there is no impact on state funding as it exists.
I know the suggestion that we would be taking away state mining revenue would potentially be controversial in Queensland, certainly, but West Australia already goes to the polls to debate secession every few years. And a large driver for that is concern over wealth extraction, particularly GST is a good one, of GST money that's taken out of West Australia, but not redirected back into it fairly in the view of many West Australians. And so that is one of the big drivers for the ongoing discussion about West Australia's secession, which has been happening.
Sorry, I think I was talking on mute there a moment ago. I just want to point out that the policy does not suggest that we would redirect existing royalties away from the state. It suggests that we would increase those royalties, and those increases would be directed to a sovereign wealth fund. So this does not detract from existing royalty revenues going to states.
That might absolutely be true. However, we do need to consider how this policy may be contextualized or may be argued against. A classic case of a very good policy that was killed and demonized was the estate tax a number of years ago, where the missuggestion of that was spun by the Conservatives and into recharacterized as a death tax or a tax on death, and how Labor wants to tax. They even want to tax when people die. And so you had a perfectly good policy which was aimed at ending the effects of dynastic wealth, but it was shut down because of how it was propagandized against. A bit of discussion happening in chat.
Okay, we could, no, already on the, am I muted? No, I'm not muted, good. We could adjust the point thing where we say as royalty payments increase, redirect them into a Australian sovereign wealth fund. We could put a sub-point on that to specifically clarify this. This does not mean a reduction in existing state royalties. This means an increase to royalties where the difference is directed to the sovereign wealth fund. So state royalty income should remain the same, subject to their own machinations. I'm quite prepared to accept a change like that and would not argue against it.
So if someone wants to put forward a proposal to amend the policy to that end, or to any end really, if anyone wants to propose a amendment, please feel free to do so.
Justine is saying that that was not clear in the motion put, so I'm thinking yes, this would clarify that.
So we have a comment from Mark G in chat that Australia gets less public benefit from its resource wealth than any other major resource country. Many resource companies are multinational and abscond with the profits. And I'll add my own editorialization there that they abscond overseas with said profits. It may be time to launch a little bit of internet high seas piracy to retain some of those profits.
Get the pitchforks.
Get the cannons. Run up the Jolly Roger.
Woo.
So we have another comment from Surprised in chat. I'll read it out. I'm all in favour of a sovereign wealth fund and will probably vote in favour of this policy, although I view it as deeply, deeply flawed. It smacks of sleight of hand accounting. Sorry, I should say sleight of hand accounting. The money to go into the sovereign wealth fund is going to come from somewhere. The policy excludes it coming from companies, since it's meant to be tax neutral. It excludes it coming from state governments. Therefore, it comes from federal company tax income. What government services are proposed to be cut in order to afford this loss of income? Far better to fearlessly accept increasing the price paid by mining companies. Andrew, did you want to respond to that one?
That's probably a fair comment. We can certainly just increase the royalties, or do it relative to the existing taxation, which was what we are currently proposing. The clear message from the mining companies, from the various Productivity Commission evaluations, was that what they mostly care about is predictability of the costs over time. So we could clearly increase that directly, just treat the royalties as an increasing cost to them. And so long as we project that over time, we say, look, we're going to increase it by these percentages each year for the next 5 years until we reach this threshold, at which point we will plateau, and it would continue that way. That would seemingly be acceptable to them as well. So that might be an improvement if someone wants to propose that.
I think there's a couple of comments in chat that sum it up. While on paper, it probably seems like there would be an issue, that there would be less tax coming in, but the questions are how much tax is actually paid by these companies at the moment. And I would suggest it's fairly little, and this new proposal would force that at a different level, right?
Tax on mining companies have a hard time with actually being able to play the sleight of hand that happens between, say, tech companies with overseas-based tech companies, for example. It's pretty easy for them to move money around between the different corporate groups and avoid tax that way. The mining companies have to do an actual lot of investment in country, because they must build infrastructure and they must actually dig things out of the ground. They must import and export a lot of stuff. So it's very hard for them to avoid taxation directly. What they do have that may cause them to look like they don't pay a lot of tax is that they do very big upfront investments. So they go through a number of years where they are not making any profits, because they are literally throwing billions upon billions of dollars up front to establish mining infrastructure, and they literally really actually are making negative profit. And it's only when they actually finally have the actual stream of minerals flowing out of country and getting paid for that in a few years' time, the profits start rolling in, and at that point they get taxed. So it's pretty easy to just point out a mining company and go, hey, these guys aren't paying their fair share. They're a mega multi-deal, blah, 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 blah. But all right, well, no, they actually are doing a big upfront investment. There's no way in hell you should expect them to pay tax when they're actually throwing billions of dollars into the local economy to build infrastructure to produce wealth in the longer term. That would be unreasonable. But they're still paying tax on all their employees and so on. There's income taxes and so on are all being paid as a part of employing a whole lot of people. Although the other trend is that they are rapidly decreasing the number of people that they employ as they introduce more and more automation. So you see, for example, several of the big mining companies in their, like say large open cut mines, have fully automated vehicles. So they don't even have drivers anymore driving these big mining trucks, these sorts of things. More and more automation is, I think, kind of inevitable. It's just part of the whole risk reduction as well as cost reduction as they try to get more efficient. That's going to happen, and we're not going to reverse that. But the tax is paid on profits, not on what you spend, right? Did somebody want to make a proposed change about having the royalties increase ahead of taxation costs?
We have a question from StarTube in chat whether the sovereign wealth fund would be held in AUD, or whether it would be managed as a bureaucratic or policy in nature. I'm not sure what that second part refers to.
Well, if you're investing it overseas, it's in whatever it's in. I think the idea that you tend to invest it in a diverse and ethically sourced international fund means it's not in AUD specifically, because AUD would suggest it's sitting in a bank in Australia, which is not going to give you a very good return. You'd want to have it invested in a variety of funds which are driving actual activities on the international stage and as diverse around your settings as you can, whilst trying to be ethical in your selection of those targets. You wouldn't hold that in Australian dollars. That wouldn't make sense. You might account for it in Australian dollars if you wanted to. I assume the tax department would want you to do that. That's usually the way they go. Anytime you have investments, they want to know what the value was in Australian dollars, and then they want to know what the change in that was, so they can figure out things like capital gains. So they might account for it in Australian dollar terms from day to day, but that doesn't mean it will be in Australian dollars.
There's a comment from Jed B that this policy in general is somewhat similar to the mineral resource rent tax from 2014 to 2012. Sorry, from 2012 to 2014. That was, I believe, the mining super profits tax proposed by Gillard, I think.
Right, and if you make it a profits-based thing, there is a consequence there in that they can avoid that by just reinvesting in some slippery accounting. Basically, they can take the profits from one mine, reinvest it in another mine. There's their next venture, and just by the way they move the money around in the accounting, it bypasses your tax and saves all your royalty then, and saves them a bunch of money. If you put it essentially as a royalty on volume extracted, then you make sure that you are hooked into whatever efficiency gains that they provide. So if they get more efficient at extracting stuff, that just means your royalties go up because they extracted more stuff. Attaching it to profits makes allows them to play some more slippery games, whereas if you just attach it to how much stuff they're pulling out of the ground, it's literally a resource tax.
Another question from StarTube on what is our policy on how to manage the sovereign wealth fund? If I'm reading correctly, then it does not currently, it just says that we support a sovereign wealth fund regardless of the management methodology, so long as it takes from the mining industry.
Yep, we're not trying. Well, one of the things when you write policy is that you don't necessarily want to be too detailedly prescriptive. Like, I'm not trying to say, explicitly, we should invest in blah, 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 X, Y, Z with this fund, because as you move into the future, that's just going to change on you anyway. And policy wants to lay out the the principles of what we're striving to achieve here. And the general principle is we would like to extract royalties from the extraction of minerals, and we would like to direct that into a fund, and we would like that fund to be ethically managed over time and kind of not be in conflict with political interests, and to accumulate that so we can essentially project forward into the future the wealth that we're extracting from the ground now. That's the principle. And I want to sort of lay that out here. And I don't want to try and tie it in too many detailed knots as to, yes, we would specifically invest in X, Y, or Z with that. That's neither here nor there. Those things will change over time. So there's no reason to be explicit about them other than the intention. Intention matters in policy. And it's durable in the sense of we don't want to, we introduce these policies at Congress meetings, and we don't want to be updating them month to month as flavor of the month in terms of what you should invest in changes.
It's a comment from Surprised that unlike the Greens, I believe that an inadequate policy should still be adopted, even if it's not yet good enough, provided that it's a step in the right direction. I regard this policy as such a step, even though flawed. Further research on comparison to international mining operations is required. Also curious to know how elastic the demand for Australian minerals is compared to, say, Norwegian crude oil. Now, if we pass this, will the committee continue to exist and research on this policy, or is it the conclusion of their efforts for the time being?
I would, well, on this specific one, it was the conclusion right now, but we're going to continue to work on economic policy, and so I don't see any particular reason we wouldn't do more on this. But I'm also not sure what effect the comparison of the cost of mining into operations, or the elasticity of that relative to other countries, matters all that much. What we're seeing at the moment is a 500% increase since the 80s in this market. Clearly, we've had a big growth. There might be some pullback there, specifically around China. A lot of the growth has been related to the build out of Chinese infrastructure. So we might face some challenges in this space. But on the other hand, if we don't actually preserve some of this for the future, it's just going to get squandered, which is what's been happening to date. So do you not step in? And what's more, surprised, if you wanted to, you're quite welcome to jump in and join the committee and contribute some of that value yourself. Your contribution would be welcome. Did anybody want to make a proposed change to the policy here before it's voted on? If you do, you should put it as an actual motion on the text chat. Yeah, mining companies tend to go where the minerals are. And they also have a preference for working in stable economies. Quite a strong preference, actually. You may notice, for example, that in key developing mineral manufacturing areas, like, say, batteries, many of the more unusual minerals that are necessary for some of those are only available from some African nations that happen to have despotic rulers and are quite unstable. And a consequence of, like, cobalt, for example, was one of those minerals, and as a consequence, it drives a lot of investment in trying to find technologies that will not require those particular elements, simply because it's too hard to work in those countries. The risk factor of doing so is high. Whereas Australia is viewed as, look, we're a stable economic country where people want to work, they want to move here and live, they want to. We're stable, we're safe. The economy is not undergoing rampant inflation beyond the ken sort of thing. So it's easy to work here, and so that's quite a large factor in the decision-making process for big multinationals. So they're quite elastic in regards continued or increased investment here, simply because it's easy to do business. It just works. And they're not facing unmanageable risks. One of the key, if you think about it, there's a saying there that risk management is sort of project management for adults. It's you literally, project management is literally find all of the things that could go wrong and address those ahead of time, and then everything else is just process. And so the big thing they look at is risk, and the risk of investment in Australia is relatively low. Okay, somebody, Justine, has been asking, could you restate the resolution you put before regarding no loss to state income royalties taken after state royalties paid? You put it so well. She said, yes, basically I was saying that the current policy does not say that we would detract from existing royalties to state. It says that we would increase royalties, and that the increase in royalties would be directed to the Sovereign Wealth Fund. So we could make that more explicit in the policy if you would like.
Oh, we have a couple of comments in chat which I'd love to respond to. Surprised has said the pushback will be such that any increase in royalties will drive mining companies overseas, hence the need for international comparisons. Well, the mining companies may go overseas, but the mineral resources are sure as hell staying here, at least until they're extracted. So as long as we have the vast deposits of iron, cobalt, lithium, obviously coal and oil, and various gas deposits as well, mineral companies will be seeking to extract those as long as it's profitable to do so. So this will just be an attempt to make sure that at least the financial aspect of that is maintained in Australia. And I would also love to see some kind of policy talk or development around the use of such resources in Australia to try and maybe kickstart our development industry towards science, technology, and engineering as a future nation-building project. But that kind of policy would need a lot of work and a lot of consideration about where we could take it.
Okay, Alex has put a motion there, and I'm quite prepared to accept that. I'll put an aye on that one.
Hang on, just a point on policy here. So officially, when we don't actually start voting on a motion as soon as it's put forward. The motion is put forward, and then we hold discussion on that motion.
Yeah, hang on, I'm just withdrawing it for a moment.
And so to clarify, we put the motion forward, we hold discussion, carry out discussion on it, and it's up to myself as the chair to officially declare voting open. And in this case, an additional standing order applies, which is that Alex is proposing a change or a formal amendment to Andrew as a sponsor for PM1. Now, there's two ways that Alex's proposal can go forward, and one way is for the party to vote on it. The other way is for Andrew to actually accept the amendment, which means it doesn't need to go to a vote. So Andrew is happy to accept Alex's motion. However, Alex's proposal. However, Alex is actually changing his proposal. So it's likely that this won't need to go to a vote.
Yeah, Alex, can you just commented there that there was an existing bit of text that I quoted, and could you express it as a change to that explicitly? Cool. Let's go with Justine's change expressed as a motion, please.
So remembering that we're not going to actually vote on this particular motion, we're going to discuss it first, and Andrew may choose to actually accept it, which means there'll be no voting required at all.
First motion to amend into that as now reads, as royalty payments increase, redirect the increase into an Australian sovereign wealth fund. Yes, good. I accept that motion as put. I'll even write that there. There you go. There was one other suggestion, which was about allowing the royalty increases to increase ahead of the current taxation applying to the companies.
Okay, so we're just documenting that proposed change.
Curious thing about that is that the taxation as it applies to companies and royalties on extraction apply at different times, right? So the royalties on extraction obviously apply as they dig it out of the ground, whereas profits company tax applies to profits down the track. To whatever extent they dodge tax on profits by redirecting profits into cost centers, there's no gain for them by a tax reduction, whereas the increases in royalties on extraction are essentially unavoidable. So even if we nominally say, look, we've got a reduction in your tax rate at the same time as we increase your royalties, we're probably ahead of the game because they're avoiding the tax, but they can't avoid the royalties. If that makes sense. It's structured in a peculiar way where we can come out ahead because one of them's the one that they might actually have gained by is the one that they were avoiding anyway. Whereas the one that they lose by is the unavoidable one. So it probably works out in Australia's interest, even if they're nominally level. Did anybody want to propose any other changes?
We seem to be, discussion seems to be winding down now. So we could potentially take this full motion to a vote to formally accept or reject the policy amendment proposal. Do we have any final comments, questions, suggestions, or otherwise?
I'd also comment that as we start putting out a policy like this, it's in some ways as an initial policy, an initial foray into this sort of a space. It's opening us up for public discussion and comment wider than our own party, out into the fusion, other groups, and out into the public space. As we announce such policies, we can engage more broadly. And as I say, our first foray into this space, we haven't got a lot of economic policy outside of our existing negative income tax as a basic income. So hopefully this would prompt some further and wider discussion, and then we might review in future. Resource unit of tax, no man doesn't pay you for CO2. I'm not sure if I understand what that means.
I think we're ready to take this to a vote. Shall we put the motion? I think we shall. And then begin voting straight away, as we've had significant discussion.
Obviously, I'm going to vote for that.
I haven't decided yet. Hang on, we have to put the motion first. Hang on, now. Hang on, guys. We're waiting for Alex to put the motion.
Oh,
you can't vote for nothing.
Don't tell us to start voting then.
I said Alex will put the motion, and then we may start voting straight away.
All right. I didn't hear that first bit.
Multi-step. All right. Place your votes. Place your votes.
Yeah, damn it. Statue beat me. So did Twisty. 10 miles. Don't. Beaten on my own motion.
Streak ender. Okay, we'll just wait for Alex to time that one out. That one's probably good now. We'll just wait for Alex to confirm voting is closed. Okay, Alex has closed it. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you very much. It is, we have one, it is midday exactly. We have one remaining, well, midday approximately. We have one remaining policy motion. This one should be fairly short, so I'd like to go through this one before we break for lunch. This is my motion, PM-2 Education Policy Update. This is just a quick one. I updated the wording. So I've actually been studying educational theory, particularly child developmental and learning theories. And the policy phrase, the phrase within our current education policy, teaching different ways to accommodate different learning styles. Someone actually did put a comment out that I can't remember where, it might have been on social media or at a promotional event not long ago, about how learning styles is actually what's known as a neuromyth, and they're correct. And there's research being done into whether learning styles exist. So learning styles refers to the idea that people learn in different ways, and there's different proposals for what these learning styles are. The most common ones are visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and I think, yeah, visual, auditory, and kinesthetic, I think, are the most common suggestions for what a learning style is. And there's been some research into that, which I could actually provide, but I don't have it handy, which has demonstrated that this is the adoption of learning styles is very subjective, and that it's not actually a reputable scientific process. That how do I put this? It's so a neuromyth means that it's something nice and cool, which people like to talk about, but it's not necessarily scientific.
Could I throw a comment in here that I don't think the original policy was actually written with the idea in mind of expressing this particular neuromyth or anything. It was just words that were used in a more colloquial sense. And the fact that it conflicts with some very specific academic terminology in the educational sphere was, I don't think, intentional. And we're just clarifying that with this amendment to say, we're not trying to buy into any particular thing about learning styles as known within the academic spheres. We're just saying, be a bit flexible with the way that you use education funding to teach people.
Yep, and that's totally valid, and yeah, it's important to do that. So given that there are a number of existing learning and development theories, but they do, the academic understanding of them does change over time, and with the goal that Pirate Party policies update with the latest science and evidence. So I give a very, very poor justification there. I haven't actually written anything, so I was trying to just crib off my notes. But this study, which I've linked in chat, provides a very good overview. So the learning styles is the idea that there's a sensory preference for information processing, and information processing is a learning theory which describes how we store information based on different stages it goes through in the brain. So this doesn't relate to biological understanding of how we store information, but rather more of a conceptual theory around different stages of information that goes into the brain. So this information processing refers to you have your sensory memory, which is where sensory data first enters your brain through the eyes, ears, nose, whatever, or tactile data, and then it proceeds from there into short-term or working memory, and then it proceeds into long-term storage. And so tying into learning theory, there's obviously there's delays. So for example, sensory memory has to proceed into working memory, or else it's completely lost. And so you can see disorders such as dysphagia or dyslexia or other sensory processing disorders where this information doesn't proceed through that immediate stage into working memory. And then from working memory, I believe it's 7 seconds, it has to proceed from working memory into the next stage of memory, or else that information is then lost. And so that time value of 7 seconds is actually much lower for younger people, so toddlers and young children who are still developing. And their brain is at a very early stage of development. They have a much shorter much shorter timeout for that short-term memory, whereas mature adults whose brains are fully or nearly fully developed will have that full 7 to 9 seconds. And obviously there's a lot of individual variety there. And so with learning styles, relating to the sensory preference, it's the suggestion that different forms of sensory data will be processed through this stage much more quickly or more effectively, depending on how that sensory data is brought in. And there's no evidence to actually support that itself.
Can I just point out that as a function of policy, we should not be claiming to have special insight above and beyond whatever educational researchers or theorists are providing. It's not our position to pick and choose the winners in terms of the academic things on that, but rather to leave them the flexibility to do their job right. Dictating from on high that this is the particular theory that you should all comply with is a bad idea from a policy prescription perspective. Don't try to operate that way. I think the change to the policy here is basically to say that we were not trying to propose some specific theory of education as we wrote this. It wasn't referenced as such, nor was it intended as such, but because there was a potential for confusion because of the terminology used, we are now clarifying that to say, we're not making that specific recommendation. We are not trying to make an academic choice for you or override any particular preference for educational theory. And thank you for Miles for the explanation of what that educational theory was and for proposing the change, but we shouldn't in policy, as a matter of practice, prescribe technological winners and losers. It's too dynamic of a business to take that sort of approach.
That's absolutely right. And so what happened here was most likely an unintentional reference to a specific learning theories, or maybe it was a mistaken idea that learning styles was a scientifically valid way of presenting this. And so what we're just doing here is updating the terminology to be more pedagogically correct for the accepted theories. So there is, in all likelihood, learning development theories will continue to evolve and change over the next few years. There has been significant flux in the last few decades in regards to how children and young people develop and learn. And that will continue to happen as well as we learn more about the brain and how the brain operates. And on a related note, there's a meme going around social media, which for the last 3 to 6 months, and it pops up every few years, but it's in fact, and it's related to this, and it's a little bit damaging and harmful. The meme suggests that we don't know anything about learning and education theories, and we haven't known anything. The entire field of modern education is only around 100 years. And in fact, we know quite a lot about how young people learn and develop, and we have quite a lot of theories around it, but they have developed significantly since the 70s. And so while we do have major theorists from the 1920s and 1930s who still reference people like Dewey and Bloom from the 70s, and then obviously development theories as well, such as Vygotsky and Piaget from the 40s and 50s in Europe. But these theories have been heavily developed and added on, and so they're really only referenced these days as the originators of many modern theories, and so they're a much broader theoretical understanding.
Special bonus points for the use of the phrase pedagogically correct.
Yeah, so there is a variety of. So Surprised is asking in text chat, are these theories any good? The textbooks are prescribed and standardized across Finland. Finland is the top ranked education system by most measures. And well, the thing is, they're theories. And so going a little bit into the philosophy of science, we have a theory about the way the world works, and that theory may or may not be supported by evidence in this. Well, we hope it's supported by evidence rather. And so the theory may be correct in 80% of the time, or 90% of the time, or 99% of the time, and there may be a heap of evidence supporting it, or there might only be a little bit of evidence supporting it. And so the absolute answer is that all theories are in fact false, because they're never 100% true. However, theories may be 99.99% recurring of the time true. So for a given context or application, we can reasonably say that the theories that come to be widespread, adopted, and in use are for them effectively useful for what they are. And when we develop new theories which have stronger support from evidence, then we tend to discard the old ones and adopt the new ones. And so that's why the theorists like Vygotsky and Piaget, although they've written extensively and essentially provided the foundation for modern learning and development theories, what the theories that we actually do and the pedagogy that we put into practice is actually is absolutely not what they wrote, but heavily developed from additional theorists which have added onto that and modified that. And so just like in any other field as well, we don't we no longer, so in physics, we no longer talk about stuff that Einstein and Newton wrote about. Well, obviously we talk about it, but we don't. That's not our whole understanding of physics now. But rather, we have this huge body of evidence built onto what those earlier theorists did, and so earlier understanding of classical dynamics has been superseded, and so we've had special and general relativity. We've had now quantum mechanics and quantum string theory and quantum field theory, which have all superseded earlier theories. So the earlier theories are still good and useful to an extent, but we have newer theories which are a little bit better and more useful. So, sorry, Roger's made a really good point.
Newton wasn't wrong. He was just limited in his scope.
Yeah, Roger's made a really good point that I could go for hours on this topic. I have indeed written hours worth of essays on this topic. So let's, I'd like to move the discussion forward to a motion. And we'll hear any final comments. And then move this to a motion to accept. Alex, would you like to put the motion to adopt PM2? And I'll also note that the original spirit of the policy, or the current spirit of the policy as well, which is to essentially adopt principles of inclusive education, is very much a major principle of modern pedagogy. The motion voting has started, and so that much is very important to be captured. So after this motion concludes, I think we shall go to lunch. We'll break for an hour. We'll return. And so traditionally Saturday afternoon will be continuation of motions, and we'll usually have a whole whack-a-load of policy motions to jump through. However, as I've noted at the start, we have significantly less motions for this Congress, as is obviously a special or extra Congress in between the regular annual ones. So we have much less ordinary business to deal with. So I'm going to put forward the idea that we have in fact concluded all of our policy, formal, and constitutional motions after this. So to that end, we can actually close Congress Day 1 4 hours early. Alternatively, we could do our pre-selection now and then finish. However, Alex has strongly suggested we do that tomorrow, as that is when notice has gone out. So I think the accepted way to do it would be to... I've just had another idea as well. We could either end early right now as an alternative to going to lunch, or we could have the open discussion on strategy and electioneering and party improvement proposals as an alternative to, or in addition to doing that tomorrow. So I'll put that up to the party and we'll hear some quick discussion now as the motion changes. So we have an option to end Congress Day 1 early or begin strategic and electioneering discussion. Do we have any commentary on that from the floor? How does the National Council feel about it? Yes, no, great, good, horrible, fearsome?
I would support having party improvement proposals and so on following on from this.
I'm leaning that way as well. If we open the strategy discussions and have maybe an hour or two this afternoon, and then end a couple of hours early, and then tomorrow we have pre-selections, and then we do another hour or two of strategy and electioneering.
Yeah.
And Alex has said, I don't mind so long as we get to lunch. And yes, either way, we would be eating lunch now. It's just we may close Congress.
Yeah, it's not often we have this many people from such diverse backgrounds together in one forum to actively discuss things like party improvement proposals and so on. So it's a good time to do that, and I wouldn't want to squander that opportunity.
Okay, as it is a change to the agenda, I'll probably put a motion for the party to do that. However, first we'll have this motion to break for lunch. Alex, shall we break for lunch for 1 hour? Would you like to place a motion? So that will be returning at 2:16 AEDT.
Hang on, can we run the can we run the procedural motion for discussion before breaking for lunch?
We can. Yep. If you'd like to do it that way.
Good idea.
So Alex is preparing the motion text now to that we hold a session this afternoon on strategy and party improvements and electioneering and so on and so forth. So votes in chat. We have some abstentions. The controversy is stinging.
Would anybody like to explain why they chose to abstain on that? If they feel like it, they don't have to, but I'd like to know. I'm just curious why you would want to abstain on a particular vote like this. What rationale brought you to that?
Well, if too many people abstain, the motion will lapse, and then it won't pass, and we won't get to.
No, well, we don't have quorum.
Okay, that motion passes, I think. That passes, right, Alex? Does it pass? There was more than 4 abstentions, I think. There was at least 7 or 8. I count 7 abstentions. Nine ayes. Well, it's a simple majority then, so it passes. Okay, yeah, abstentions count towards quorum, I believe. Shall we motion to break for lunch? Alex will put the motion first, so hold your votes. Ugh. Voting to go to lunch.
Should I abstain if I already ate today?
You want to eat again?
Please
Emma?
don't abstain. I don't want to count any more votes. I just want to say carried unanimously.
Maybe the motion should not have been so specific. So we need a break for an hour, not break for lunch for an hour. Is that what you're suggesting, Andrew?
Yeah, because you're not allowed to break for anything else. You must be eating. You're voting.
Damn.
You're obliged to eat according to the vote.
All right, now I have to eat lunch. All right.
Or you could just vote nay.
But I have to comply with the majority. Never mind. I'll eat some lunch. All right.
This is called democratic centralism. I want everyone to vote this way on this motion, which I put forward. That's democratic centralism.
Thanks for the clarification, Alex.
It's a commitment to go to lunch. You could go to lunch and drink coffee.
Oh, now I'm down for that. That sounds good.
Jed B confirms that drinking beer counts as eating because beer is food.
It is a food group indeed.
Sounds good to me.
Does Scotch count as a food group?
Probably.
Technically, it's derived from a food. I'm with you, Alex, but I assume that you want your food more urgently, given the state of your all caps, your rage to get to
Alex, that's illegal. We're breaking for lunch, not breakfast. I don't care whether you've had breakfast or not.
Okay, we at lunch now?
Congress is voting for you to eat lunch. We're actually waiting for Alex to close the vote.
Come on, Alex, close the vote. Otherwise, you don't get breakfast.
Well, he's not getting breakfast anyway, right, Alex?
Even if you call it lunch.
Awesome. So I see 20 past.
Okay,
What's the
25,
return?
25 past.
done.
Thank you very much.
See you all then.
Okay, I'm switching over to the other screen.
Sweet.
Should I just leave the session here and close my window? Like,
Alex disappeared. Alex disappeared.
Currently discussing lunch.
Nope.
Looks like we've got stream audio, so that's good.
Yep. I'm just tweaking the font size to make it a little bit smaller.
Audio is running a bit behind.
Hello.
Hello, Andrew.
Welcome back, Mr. Downing.
I got caught up in a general chat.
We're returning gradually.
Surprised is an interesting character who may be interested in joining.
That's awesome. Thanks for letting the whole stream know.
Oh, whoops.
Surprised if you hear this, please join. I think the stream delay is only about 30 seconds or less. So our topic coming up will be party strategy and general party improvement. We're slowly coming back from lunch now. We've got a few people tuning in. We're all here and we're chattering away. Oh no, Andrew has turned into a rainbow. Can you see on the stream, Andrew's a rainbow now? Let me see if I can fix that. Rainbow puke. There's literally a button that I click to fix rainbow puke and turn it normal again. So I just clicked it and let's see what happens. Oi, it worked.
Except it disappeared, Andrew.
Andrew was the purple puke. Is Alex still there? Alex is somewhere floating around the internet. Well, we may as well get into it. So this next section is
Rumors
going to
of
be
my purple puke status are exaggerated.
He returns. So this next section is going to be open and a little bit unstructured. Hello, Alex. We'll come back, chat for a couple of hours and hear some thoughts and opinions and share some ideas. So this year we've begun, we have begun the motions of campaign planning already, the early stages. Part of that, part of the impetus for starting early was to Well, really, the major parties have already been campaigning for months already. So I guess it's a matter of us catching up and trying to be on a similar footing with them. So where possible, it'd be better to even lock in our candidates a whole year beforehand, so we can have that time to spend the previous year planning strategy, and then the election year actually enacting strategy. And moving forward, that might be the better long-term way to handle said strategic development. And so what does strategy mean in context of an electoral campaign? Well, in the past, there hasn't been a huge amount of planning. It's really been things sort of coming together and then going through the process of stuff we've always done. But I think the point coming out of that, or the thing we learned coming out of that, is that what we've always done hasn't really been working. And so we have to change some of those things, change maybe a lot of those things. So as well as starting earlier for the campaigning, the campaign preparation, we're also looking at designing the campaigns more closely. And so that means, among other things, working out the issues we want to campaign on and putting more focus for the candidates into those issues. And so it's one thing to say to a candidate, well, what do you want to campaign on? Here's the whole party policy, and then letting the candidate go out and make those kind of decisions. Then it's another one to actually have coordinated campaigns around specific issues which can get people's attention. And so one of the things I've started, I've set in motion is to work out specific spokespeople within the party. And we have 3 candidates at this stage, not too late for more to come forward. But also, I guess, we've got room in there to cover a broader swath of issues than 3 candidates can meaningfully focus on, I think. And so I hit on a number of about 2 or 3 issues per candidate, which I think is fairly reasonable for them to focus on. And obviously all candidates want to be across and have an understanding of all our policies, same with all our other media spokespeople. But we also want to cover all the dot points in our policy and our principles. We want to cover major issues when they come up and current events as much as possible. And so that means having, I think that's going to mean bringing in extra party personnel to do that kind of focus-based, issue-based and focus-based spokesperson. So that's why I'm also open to the idea of bringing in general party members and NC members who aren't candidates to act as party spokespeople for some of those issues. So the kind of portfolios which I've been tossing around, and we haven't really formally begun discussing these yet, and part of that is because a lot of our organizational focus has been on Fusion and on day-to-day matters. But now we're starting to switch into election mode. We're starting to have more of these meetings and switch more of our organization resources and our human labor resources, or human resources, I guess, over more and more towards electoral campaigning. It's time to start talking about the specific, portfolios. That's it, portfolios that our candidates will have and our non-candidate spokespeople will have, because candidates are obviously acting as spokespeople. And so there's a few big ones, and we have sort of started settling into a few already. So a while ago, John self-nominated and definitely with my blessing and also the rest of the National Council to act as spokesperson on the issues of right to repair and copyright and bureaucratic reform as well. And so he's already put out a number of communications to that end, which have been quite well received. And so I'm just going to quickly update for chat and see if we get, yeah, okay, we've got a bit of comments and questions in chat. I'll just finish my train of thought though before I jump in to address those. So yeah, John August, our party treasurer and veteran candidate for Sydney, New South Wales, is taking on those issues in his portfolio as spokesperson. Now we also have Queensland candidate Brandon Selleck, who's a long-time community lawyer and law and justice reform advocate. And so he's spoken on various issues, including the age of criminal, words escape me, criminal, Andrew, Roger, do you guys know the age of criminal liability, culpability? Andrew, you're muted.
Sorry,
Litigation.
Criminal responsibility. I think that's.
There you go. Sounds good. Yeah.
Yep. Also, Brandon's talked about marijuana law reform and euthanasia as well. So a little bit of medical ethics there. And so that's really been in his wheelhouse for a number of years. And on a personal level, one of my main interests is in the area of digital democracy and direct democracy, and how we can combine technology to enable new forms of democracy, such as deliberative democracy, and the outcome there. And that's something I'm very enthusiastic about in terms of the design and implementation of. And so I'm quite happy to act as a spokesperson for those topics. Now, a few other portfolios that I've sort of thrown around the idea of, but we haven't really locked in yet. Most recently, one I've been talking about is the Freedom and Liberty spokesperson. And so this would be an alternative name for this is sort of civil liberties. And so this would be around issues like civil rights and freedom of speech, freedom of movement and association, and so on and so forth. So up here in Queensland, we had a campaign a number of years ago around the VLAD laws, vicious, lawless, anti-dissociation, or I can't even remember, bill, which was basically Campbell Newman's anti-bikie bill. He hated bikies so much he tried to make them illegal. And how's that for civil rights? As in bike clubs, clubs for people who enjoy motorbiking. He made them illegal. And then he was kicked out after he tried to dismantle government. And Queensland Labor got in, and then Queensland Labor kept the laws, and they thought, hey, these are actually pretty bad. We also don't like people who ride motorbikes, so they also kept those laws and kept those bikie clubs as legal.
I know numerous people who are motorbike enthusiasts who are member of very social clubs who are really quite upstanding members of the community, doctors and people like this, who are being hit by that sort of legislation, and they just find it absolutely outrageous.
Mm. So these issues are very closely related, but I'm actually drawing a subtle distinction here with also the issue of the right to privacy and the related issue, right to encryption. So yes, privacy is a civil right as well, and by extension a human right, and it's closely related. But if but there's flexibility there if we have a spokesperson who wants to take on the civil liberties side of it, but doesn't feel like they, for whatever reason, have the capacity to also take on privacy and the anti-spying side of it, because there is also the related issues to do with privacy around the international spying treaties. So international, so the Five Eyes coalition, as well as the potentially that also links into AUKUS and the new international defense pacts. So there's overlap there with international treaty making. And so we do have an active international relations committee, and we are engaged in several projects there, as I mentioned earlier this morning, with the projects we've ran with the European Pirate Party and the American Pirate Party. I should say European Pirate Parties, multiple European pirates we've worked with. Yeah, so those are some options. Then you've also got the usual portfolio stuff like energy, environment, health, education, defence, so on and so forth. And so those are all issues which we should have spokespeople on, prepared to develop our policy and principles into positions on. And so these are things that our candidates will need to make decisions about adopting. And similarly, to fill in the gaps, we need to have party members come forward and act as spokespeople for. And so candidates would obviously get first priority for the issues they feel most passionate about, to take those and drive them forward. I'd like to quickly jump into chat. We've got some discussion happening in there, and we'll jump in. So Alex has said, let's not forget basic income. So yes, economic reform, tax reform, social security, and welfare as a portfolio. Bit of discussion around bikies. Many bikies are chill from StarTube, sort of like many hacker coder scripters are chill. Not all of us are black hat hackers. Going back to a little bit of discussion about fusion in chat. If we are, question is...
There is already quite strong laws on noise pollution, particularly from vehicles, and the issue is whether it's actually applied in practice or effectively. Don't think there's any need for new laws on that front. They're already there. It's an EPA thing.
Right. So from chat, there's a little bit of from tech chat, a little bit of chatter about fusion. So if we are obligated to run into fusion next election, well, yes, we're part of fusion. Formally voted to affiliate, and or at least the Congress has, and we'll pass that up to the rest of the member base as well. Express our intent to pull out for the next election. Well, it's my intent that our campaigns work together quite closely with the other parties. So, I mean, we're already running joint events, and we've seen a lot of benefits from that. So there's not, we kind of lose out a lot from trying to go off and do our own thing. We lose a lot of these benefits of cross-collaborating, getting stronger as we do.
So whoever becomes the spokesperson for the party, particularly around, say, the civil rights, liberties, privacy, those kinds of topics, which are sort of the core foundational pirate topics, we can assist with the other parties that are in the fusion group to also be able to speak to those matters. We should be taking the lead role.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something I've also started turning around in my head about what the mechanics for that could look like at a fusion level, because there's kind of two ways we could do it. Obviously, there's with the amount of overlap we have between various parties that it was quite a late night last night, a few drinks going around, and so one way we could do it is that we just all go off and do our own thing. Everyone has their own, organizes their own spokespeople and on various issues, and so there's going to be overlap there, like especially on environmental and climate change policies. There's going to be so overlap on economic policies, so on and so forth. But the other option is that we nominate spokespeople from our parties, and we negotiate at a fusion level, and then the spokespeople for each party. And so then those spokespeople at a party level for those issues would also double as the fusion level spokespeople. And so the big question there then is how much are we going to be doing fusion level comms originating from specific branches? Is it, because if you look at it in the context of factionalism within the Labour Party, when there's a press release or a policy developed or a position put out, it's never identified as coming from a specific faction. It's always this is from the Labour Party. This is from the Labour Party. So if we have our Pirate Party Civil Liberties spokesperson going out and having this comment on COVID in Victoria, well, are we going to say, let's say it's Roger, we're going to call Roger the Pirate Party Civil Liberties spokesperson. We're going to call Roger the Fusion spokesperson, because if the Fusion spokesperson is speaking out over Pirate Party channels, then maybe there'll be confusion there. But if Roger the Pirate Party spokesman is speaking out over Science Party or Secular Party channels, there may be confusion there. So these are possible ways we can do things, but we'll need to go off and talk to the Fusion partners, our Fusion partners, and hear about other ideas from members as well about how it could work conceptually.
We probably need to actually have a nomenclature for the branches like Fusion Pirate. Here is Roger from the Fusion Pirate subset of the Fusion Party talking to you today about noise abatement, and he's going to be addressing the bikies today about their noisy motorbikes. Or maybe you can get Jed to do that. I don't know. But either way, we could have a bit of nomenclature there that sort of has the abbreviation part of it. So how do we Fusion Pirate, Fusion Secular, Fusion Vert Planet, something like that, as a shortening of the complete name. I noticed that we actually have a graphical representation for that already, where we got this circular overlapping lines with colors in its symbol for Fusion. I think we haven't actually shown anybody that at Congress already. We should probably show that. But we also then have the idea of that symbol with the, say, the pirate flag in the middle to represent the pirates within Fusion, or the science symbol inside of that for the science within Fusion. So there is already a graphical representation of that. We need a textual representation of it to go with it too.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the intent, that with the logo at least, that we have, that individually we'd have the outer Fusion loop, and then internally there'd be a party logo individually. So that's the idea so far in the concept.
There's just no textual representation of that currently.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We could do with one of those.
So Roger has, so StarTube is talking about some of the edge cases to do with getting elected and staying in or leaving. And I know, Andrew has actually had some thoughts about that. So, because I remember early on, Andrew, you were talking about, in some of the negotiations, you were talking about when the idea of constitutional changes came up in a shared constitution, you were expressing some thoughts around what mechanism we'd put in the constitution for new parties joining as branches, but also parties leaving as branches. Do you want to have your thoughts moved in any direction on that topic?
Broadly, we ourselves, as the Pirate Party, in the constitutional changes we've been putting forward for our own constitution, we're laying out the conditions under which we wanted to be able to leave. And I think we set a balanced position in that we've sort of committed to the notion that if, for example, we were to have somebody elected, so we're into a position of power, we're not going to just walk away and separate from you all just because we got a guy in and you didn't, and hey, we've got the power and now we're running with it. That's something we were prepared to commit to not doing, because we thought that would be acting in good faith, or having a commitment to act in good faith toward the Fusion coalition. Now, we would kind of like the other parties to behave in a similar manner. And the trouble is that although we can enact that into our own constitution and say, well, that's how we will behave, other branches would have to do that at the level of their own constitutions as well, because it's them binding their behaviors, whereas the larger, the higher level Fusion constitution can't exactly bind a branch in that manner. If a branch simply walks away and disassociates themselves and says, well, we're doing our own thing, see you guys later, and just choose not to cooperate, well, there's not a lot you can really do about it, right? So it's more like, is an organization willing to do that? And if they are, you see that as a sign of good faith. If they're not, you might view them with some suspicion and consider whether you really want to actually throw your lot together with them. Most of them seem relatively well committed to that, so good. But we're saying what we'll do. And so that's an assertion from us about good faith more than anything else.
Not forgetting too that in order to leave this fusion and run again at the next election, it would mean the Pirate Party would need to re-register as its own political party and have 1,500 members of its own, which might be more possible down the track with some more work.
If you've got an elected member, way easier.
True. But if you've got an elected fusion member and then you dive, not sure how that looks to the public.
Current rules say that you can register a party just by having someone elected.
There you go. So we're pretty much saying, though, our good faith stance is, even if we get somebody elected, we're not going to bail on you just instantaneously or whatever. You'd have a good year and a half's notice or something like that before we were likely to do anything like that, even if we were going to, because our constitution would bind us not to behave that way.
Well, the benefits from being in this coalition wouldn't go away from us having an elected member. We would still gain the strength of the different focus areas of the other parties, and we'd still gain the advantage and strength of their volunteers and their subject matter expertise.
Yeah, and the general thing is, I mean, if you're trying to take some disparate groups and you want them all to work together, then each of the groups needs to, grow accustomed to each other and see continual ongoing commitments of good faith action on working together. And that's the thing that builds the bonds that let you work as a coalition like that. If you actively don't present such assertions, if you don't present such behavior, then the whole thing will fall apart. So hence why we've gone down this particular route in our own constitutional amendments to propose this sort of stuff. We want to obviously constitutionally, as a vote of the membership, commit ourselves to a position of we want to be a part of this and make it visibly so, because that's the sort of thing that builds trust in a coalition. Doesn't mean we're stuck with this forever. If the coalition is not working out, if fusion turns out to be a bad deal, the people don't behave in good faith, we have provisions to leave. And we're retaining our own identity, and we've retained control over our own core values. We have our own policies, we have our own voting systems, we have our own membership lists, and so on. So this is not in any way a commitment to diffuse ourselves or dilute ourselves as an entity or to lose control, but it is a commitment to work together with a larger group, and we need to show good faith in that action. I think that's where we're at.
So I'm aware there's still a little bit of discussion going on in chat, and but bring us back to the notion of Andrew's turned rainbow puke again. Bring us back to briefly the idea of having spokespeople and how we might actually get dedicated issue-based addressing and employing that as a promotional strategy for the party. Do we have any other comments or suggestions about portfolios for our spokespeople, or any volunteers to take on those spokespeople? So we've got Roger here in the chat who's nominating as a candidate. Did you want to talk about which areas you'd like to focus on, Roger?
You've asked me this a few times, and I still haven't really decided. But I'm pretty open to being across anything. I'm definitely interested in the environment kind of angle on things. The live stream that went ahead last night was really good to be part of, and I'd be keen to take that on if no one else is going to get involved in there. I'm also interested in freedom of speech, security, like privacy, those kinds of things, particularly around the digital space. But any of those topics, so I'd be keen to take those on if those are open topics.
They absolutely are. And as I said earlier, I definitely want our candidates to really have the first go at picking those portfolio areas, those spokespeople areas, so we can start looking at those policies we have and start moving you towards that position. And part of and I know you have mentioned environment before, and that was part of why I put you forward as the ideal candidate for the climate change live stream, as you indicate that was an area you wanted to focus on. And so similarly as well, when other live streams come up, which we'll be talking about, I'm hoping to have some talk about copyright and the right to repair. There has actually been some movement in that space recently in terms of the right to repair submission. So there's been some action on that stance. And so I'd like to line up a live stream around that. Obviously, we'll be tapping John to speak at that one. And we can potentially also bring in some of our international pirate friends. We can potentially bring in some subject matter experts from around Australia as well. We can look at some of the advocacy groups who may be interested in doing a joint live stream with us, and our other fusion partners as well. Also, we can talk to them and see about getting some speakers on. We have a number of live stream concepts and event concepts to work with.
Yeah, and I'm pretty on the environment space too. The fusion with fusion. I'm looking forward to working with science and the Vote Planet peeps as well. Not to necessarily mix policies, but we've all got very strong views on some of those topics. So it'd be good to have a consensus in that space.
Definitely. Okay, just scanning over the text chat to see if there's any other discussion in there. So I'd highly recommend anyone who's interested to consider joining our campaigns committee and coming along and helping out with the design and development of these electoral campaigns. You don't need to necessarily have the kind of skill for this, just having the enthusiasm, willing to put in the time, and then we can brief you and find ways for you to get you involved and contribute meaningfully and build up those skills and build up that self-confidence. Okay, looks like discussion is slowing down. Well, it's still going, but it's all StarTube. Still got some chatter about the Constitution, the exit criteria there. It's a important discussion to have. Certainly, so regarding the mechanisms for changing the fusion Constitution, I'm not aware if a process has been locked in. My understanding of that process was that it would be. Well, there's obviously two ways we can do it. The two ways that immediately spring to mind is a vote for all members from all parties, full members that is, and the other option is to have an amendments put forward and then voted on by the representatives from each party, which would be independent of member size. And so, direct democracy is ideal, and we want to pursue it where possible. But in this case, there is an argument for where different identities and different party structures, it may be fair on a fairer basis to consider doing it on the basis of delegates or representatives from each party. Andrew, are you able to comment on any mechanisms we've proposed or discussed around amending the fusion constitution?
Not off the top of my head. We had an initial set of conditions that I talked about early on there that were like, prerequisites for us even coming to Congress here and talking about it. That's those that was posed to the group at least, and they seem to be happy to go along with that, which was largely about us and everybody, in fact, retaining the degree of autonomy that is implicit in the things we've just agreed to, but also having that equal representation into the group and not being bound to other interests beyond our own explicitly, like being able to still follow our own policy agenda and promote that. Essentially, the Constitution says that member branches are free to pursue their own goals within reason, unless you really offend the other people, in which case they might go away. And so each of the parts are free to leave when they want, but the obsessing about leaving is probably not useful at this stage of the game. It's far more important to focus on how we can work together, because that's where most of the advantage is. We just don't want to slam the door behind ourselves and find that if this doesn't work, we can't get out. So if this doesn't work, we can get out. Mostly, we want to focus on how we move forward. So there is a large-scale ongoing revision of the fusion constitution that is in process, but this is not a quick process. Getting constitutions right on a large, complicated scale like that, where it's a federation of party structure that we're designing not just for these four branches, but to be able to engulf other parties that want to join with us as well into a larger group. Hopefully this will be such a success that lots of other groups will want to join in as well. And we're trying to structure this in a way that allows that functionally and reasonably. So that would be really good. But I say that some of our more recent focuses in that committee have been around things like how do we work dispute resolution in a way that's both avoidance of dispute and protective against vexatious claims. But there is a whole raft of other things in there as well. That's just the latest one. There's a giant big list. It's like, 100 and something items long. So it's probably beyond the scope of this discussion to talk about all of those.
Yeah, I agree that the focus should be on building strength and building the coalition at this stage. We really haven't. We've seen a lot of promise and a lot of potential from working together, which I think will be actualized. We've already started seeing some of that positive feedback, and so we. And in the meantime, there really haven't been any signs there that this will be problematic long term. We've seen no indications that that these benefits won't continue from being in the coalition. That they won't, and we're working hard to make sure there are no structural issues in terms of constitutional governance or anything. And similarly, any policy or ideological or principle related issues, we're working very hard to identify and work through any of those too, in ways that are acceptable to all of us. So this is definitely a formative time, but there's always room for improvement, and we're not locking in the form of the Constitution. We can absolutely, unlike the American Constitution, we actually, I want to put across the idea that we do encourage change for the better, that it's not set in stone, and there may very well be problems with some of the ideas and some of the decisions we take now. And so we need to be looking at those and analysing those and ready to improve them.
Hey, so Miles, I have a question for discussion, just because this will be the first election that I've been a part of officially for Pirate Party. So going forward as a candidate, you've already spoken about having spokespeople for certain specialty areas, which definitely makes sense. How would you see that broken up over states, or would that even be broken up over states? And how does that relate, say, the topics along with state campaigning, because they're kind of two separate things?
That's right. And I think that comes down to a question of what organizational resources we actually have in place. And at this stage, in the Pirate Party alone, we barely had the resources to put together a national federal level policy. And so we've talked about the possibility of developing state level platforms, and we've made some motion to that area in the past, but they just simply haven't we simply haven't had the resources to really deploy that focus, considering that the national level effort has had benefits on a state level, but any state level focus or campaign really doesn't feed back into a national level very much. So it's really a question of resources. And now that we're part of Fusion, we have access to significantly more shared resources and more members and volunteers. And so it's an open, evolving question about how closely on those issues we want to speak and represent each other. And we've definitely heard the proposal for spokespeople at a Fusion level, and I've also been considering that, but it's just not something we've really been discussing yet at a Fusion level, to have Fusion level issue spokespeople. And so with the live stream last night, that was a test bed for what is possible. It's not a limit on what is possible, limitation, because we can absolutely go further than that and take next steps. But then again, in terms of state level campaigning, the benefits, like now, even though we have more resources, yes, there are benefits there potentially in terms of building up local inertia, but then there's still the question of whether, even with Fusion, whether we have the resources to shift those away from national and down towards more state-based issues. So like notwithstanding strange edge cases like the West Australia resources tax and the impact on them, because a repeated concern about the West Australia separatism referendum has always been obviously GST, but also royalties from mining. And when West Australia is in a boom, then there's this perception that a lot of the GST and resources tax is being taken out of the state and not given back. But meanwhile, when West Australia is in a bust period, and often it'll be inversely to the East Coast, when West Australia is in a bust period, they'll receive a comparatively greater share of support from the rest of Australia, from the federal government, in terms of economically. So GST return, social welfare, so on and so forth.
Was it the Science Party that I think has actually done more state level electioneering? I forget if it was Science or was it Vote Planet? One of those, I think, had done several state level campaigns.
I think it might be Science.
I'd imagine it would be Science. They are definitely I wouldn't call them the senior partner, but they are kind of the big daddy in Fusion.
in
terms of size and.
So it's good that we have a partner who has been through the ringer of that already, because state level things, it's a different game, and how you participate at that level, it's good to have a partner who has already been there, done that, and then you can draw on that experience. So that's good. Yeah.
I know also. I know from a Queensland perspective that Alex and I have done a lot of, and also Brandon Selick, actually our other Queensland candidate, have done work on. Have done some initial groundwork on looking at what a Queensland-based, state-based policy could look like. With obviously tourism and the reef is a major thing. There's a huge amount of agriculture. So what we can do there, the Queensland government has attempted to do some kind of water quality improvements with subsidies for agriculture, but the whole scheme just fell apart into lawsuits and and horrible drama. So if we can prove that, and obviously the Sunshine State, we can look at more solar investment and as a way to do that. And now recently with the hydrogen electrolysis, there's a whole heap of work that can be done at a state-based level for every state, but it really requires a lot of know-how and local engagement in state and local issues for each state. And so having that presence, we might be able to do it if we can get the resources. But one other point I'll make also is that Alex and I have also campaigned at a state-based level in a personal capacity entirely outside of Pirate Party business. And so we have a bit of understanding for how state election campaigns, what they could look like and how they could work, at least here in Queensland. And there's similarities with federal-based campaigns, but there's differences too. And so largely around how you promote and how you campaign and where you promote and where you campaign. So some of these skills are transferable.
I'm going to say I'll throw up a bit of a thought here, but as the members of the Pirate Party, the thing that ends up driving the collaboration between other Fusion members and what actually turns it into a working coalition is people engaging with each other in a broader community, Fusion community, right? So if we all just sit in our own little corner here and do pirate things and we don't talk with the other teams, then it won't be much of a coalition, right? So what you want to be doing is actively reaching out. And I know we've done that quite a bit with, say, the Science Party. It was easy. They had their own Discord server, and I don't know you, but I'm connected to both of them already. So I frequently wander over there and see what they're discussing and follow their things, join in their meetings, and of course I'm actually actively involved in some of the Fusion level working groups. But the regular members of the party need to be doing that as well. The only way you form a community is if you actually go out and engage with them, talk to them about their issues, get to know what their policies are like, and realize for yourself that they're actually very similar to ours. And when you get there, a community starts to form, and then we all act together, and you start feeling like, well, yeah, I could actually turn up and campaign together with these people because they're not some weirdo. They don't have some weird ideas that would embarrass me. I actually agree with them on most things. And so, yeah, we can have a pirate science thing. We can have a pirate climate thing. We can have a whatever, and it'll all be good, right? Yeah. So you got to go out and talk to them. So I really, really want to encourage people to go and talk to other members, other people working together from the other branches, and get to know them, because that's what it'll take.
So just
on that.
Just for StarTube, I know you've asked for the Fusion Discord channel. So at the moment, given that Fusion doesn't actually exist officially yet, that's being very specifically used just for the groups that are working on that. But I would definitely say that in the not too distant future, that will be opened up to the greater membership so that those discussions can happen. But in the meantime,
the greater good.
Fusion it's us, it's Science Party, it's Secular Party, and it's Vote Planet. So you can definitely jump into the Science Party Discord, and get part of those discussions. All of the live streams that Miles is putting together will have multiple parties. So yeah, stay tuned. Love the enthusiasm. Definitely get involved. But for now, it's just the forming, and then we'll open it up to the world.
Yeah. So to reiterate those points, it's for really the working groups and the committees that we have. So if we can keep that to people who are actively contributing, because we'll throw around ideas and work in progress and things that aren't really approved or official, and so there's a chance there that someone might get the wrong idea and take things away. But we are talking about these, and for people who do want more information and more of a detailed update, we're happy to talk about them, and you're welcome to come to meetings as well, participate in meetings.
Miles, I'm just looking at Jed's question there. You might want to give some background on how we got to the point of the 4 fusion members and what led up to that and so on. A little bit of history might actually serve well here.
Well, it came out of the National Congress earlier this year, where we went into it with a proposal to begin laying the groundwork for what a merger would look like and begin talking and negotiating with other parties to see what might be possible. And straight away, the talks with Science quickly turned out to be very successful. And and so we broadened this as well and tried to bring a number of other parties. And so some parties were very, very interested and eager to jump in. Some parties were that we reached out to seemed fairly inactive and maybe just weren't at the stage of, or rather were too far past the stage of needing to consider this kind of merger or coalition that they're essentially on the way out and or already gone. And so some of those parties simply didn't, were effectively dead. And so
some of them wanted to control everything themselves too.
Well, through the negotiation process, we talked to roughly a dozen parties, or maybe a bit less than 10, around 10. And out of that, some of them had conflicting goals, or were even, or simply didn't feel like there was anything they could gain out of this kind of coalition building. And so, like we presented to them different models and different ideas through the process of negotiations about what things could look like, and those parties who didn't feel like they had anything to gain backed away, and those parties who didn't feel like they had anything to contribute also similarly backed away. I'd rather not talk too openly or publicly in detail about who those specific parties are. There's no reason to go out and open up that entire process, especially around as sometimes when we through the negotiations that we did work to an extent at a discovery process of working out what our goals were individually, as well as what our goals could look like collectively. And in some cases, those conversations went very far and went very well and were very productively. We had to work out a very good idea about what our collective goals might look like. And other times, those conversations didn't go very far, or at least they weren't very productive, but they did go for a long time. And so we weren't as effective in working out what our collective goals could look like. And so there's not really much to gain from continuing those discussions, and so we mutually agreed to change tack and try and work out different collective goals.
Yeah, I might jump in. With the law change from the 500 members to 1,500 members, we saw a lot of parties all having regular discussions, and as Mel said, it was a discovery process. We were trying to figure out what we wanted from each other and what we were willing to offer, and not everyone wanted or was willing to offer the same thing. And sometimes this went well, and sometimes this went less well. And the four of us figured, hey, we can work together. We want compatible things, so that's where we ended up. It's not that we approached the other three specifically, or they approached us. It was a whole bunch of other parties in the mix as well, and we're the ones that shook out as being willing to do this coalition, federation, merger, whatever you want to call it, process.
Really, actually, it felt to me like we were sort of everybody sounding each other out to try and figure out who would actually operate in good faith and had well-aligned goals. And this group fell out. I'm not sure most of the rest actually found themselves in any kind of coalitions. We stand out as being a group that found we could work together and had good faith, and it's good.
So if anyone has suggestions for parties that we should reach out or approach, and ways we could reach out to them, then you're welcome to come forward and have these conversations with us on the National Council. Bearing in mind that we did reach out to quite a lot of parties and had conversations with most of them, and our other fusion partners as well, particularly Science Party, has also been carrying out similar level of negotiations with other parties. They've been reaching out and talking to them. Eager to hear suggestions or ideas. We've got a couple of comments coming through on text chat. I'll just wait for them to come through.
Yes. There was a few Borg-like parties. You will be assimilated. You want to be assimilated? We'll assimilate you. It'll be good.
So we got a great question in chat. We got a couple of great questions, actually. One is, there are Australian equivalents of parties that other pirate parties internationally have worked well with, such as Iceland. Well, the vast majority of parties are not international movements. The two, well, there's three which immediately spring to mind. One is obviously the various 1,000,001 flavors of socialism around the world. And we have had conversations with some of the socialist parties in Australia, and
the Greens.
Yes,
obviously international. And
yes,
pirates
the
often
Greens
work with the Greens internationally, well, at least in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what James is actually asking here. He's asking, are there parties overseas which overseas pirates have worked with, which have equivalents here? And yeah, the answer is basically the Greens, maybe some socialists.
There are also, on a similar vein, similar vein to socialism, there's also the international libertarian movement. There's very little unity internationally, but they do have something of a presence, at least in America. And I couldn't say, not to my knowledge, I don't believe the American Pirate Party has much to do with them. I know the American pirates have been in conversations with some green groups and some left anarchist groups in the states they're active in. I couldn't comment on how well those conversations have been going, or whether there'd be anything really worthwhile there for us. Nothing really jumps to mind. I guess there is the international labour movement as well, sort of overlapping with the international socialist movement. But I mean, again, I think there's potentially very tenuous links internationally. And the international pirate movement has quite strong links. We're very relatively new compared to all of these other movements, and still have a lot of that fresh energy in some cases, kind of pushing us together and bringing us together. A second great question in chat from Surprise, that we've emphasized commonalities. Can anyone say what the key differences are between, say, us and Science Party? Well, a large part of that comes down to interest areas and member demographics, and so that really speaks to what our focus is and where our main skills are, and there's differences there. Insofar as, while Science Party may agree with us on nearly everything, we might agree with Science Party on nearly anything. The Science Party will talk about energy and infrastructure and high-speed rail and universities, but we're going to talk about privacy and encryption and civil liberties and copyright. And so, we agree with each other on these things, but here's the stuff we're talking about, and it's not what they're really talking about. And so similarly, secular parties are going to talk about secular issues, and we really haven't put out a huge amount of comms about that over the years. And similarly on environment and climate change, we've talked about it a little bit, but we simply don't have the focus on it or the connections to the climate change movement that Vote Planet has.
I was going to say, Miles, that one thing I found was that when I've joined in, say, the policy working group things at the fusion level, they didn't understand a fair bit of some of the things that the Pirate Party really stood for at the level of, the civil liberties kind of things. And when I started explaining to them, the sort of cultural consequences of intellectual property law and the way it's been progressing over the years, they were a little bit shocked and stunned. They didn't understand the depth and breadth of the problem there. And when they did, they became really interested. So that was quite an interesting discussion. So some of the the leading folks within Vote Planet are now like, interesting. This copyright stuff you're talking about, that's actually quite important, isn't it? They're incrementally stealing the entire culture and privatizing it. That's not a good thing. Damn,
Exactly.
How did we not know?
Because everyone's so busy talking about the next Marvel movie or the next Harry Potter movie.
Or trying to save the environment or something. But meanwhile, your culture's being rug pulled from under you. So yeah, it's sort of interesting when you start talking about things that you care about. I think actually that was a pivotal little moment in that group there, I thought, when they suddenly got what we were on about. Whereas their climate issue was always very, very in your face up front. So we all understood it. But I don't think they got our thing from that.
Yeah, so Startube has made a good point there that even on areas we don't necessarily agree on policy, we tend to be able to integrate well enough once we talk about it deeper. And a comment from Startube, the focus is my understanding of the differences between us. We agree on most policies, but they focus on science. We focus on internet freedom, talking about difference between Science Party and the Pirate Party there.
Yeah, when the alignment that we seem to have seems to be at some level of how you would think about these issues when you understand them. So as soon as they understood what the issue was with civil liberties, they sort of went, clearly the sorts of positions you're taking make sense. They had no argument, right? And similarly, when you consider that we've got a climate issue. All right, well, our approach would be look at the evidence, consider how that might be applied to actually solve the problem. And they look at it the same way. So, aligning up around ideas like evidence-based policy, how do you solve the problem? Well, you go and look at how it all works. And clearly the Science Party has a very similarly rational perspective on things. They really want evidence-based policy. That's because they're scientists. So that's not at all surprising, right? So the philosophy that sits behind the parties is more similar, whilst the focus areas may be subtly different. I'd also comment that of the four, the secular has probably been the least participative, as in they're engaged and they've agreed and they've signed on to it all, but they've been less participatory in the process.
Well, part of that is that the Science Party doesn't have the degree of human resources that we do in Science and Pirate Party. They have a very small executive, and
Secular,
so they.
you mean?
I'm sorry?
Secular, you mean?
Yes. Secular Party has a very small executive committee, and in comparison to Science and Pirates, and so they don't have the resources to contribute as much of the design and development work, unfortunately. And we have identified that, and we're trying to make adjustments to support them through this process.
I think there are a couple of topics that will make for interesting discussions, and I know you've got some planned already, Miles, but I think there are the topics of, say, how nuclear plays a part in any potential future environments or power discussions, and some views on maybe even economic theory are somewhat debated as well. But I wouldn't necessarily say that they're at a strict policy level, because those kinds of things tend to vary from person to person, even within a party. But interesting topics to discuss coming up.
We have a number of live stream topics coming up, actually. Yeah. So us and the US Pirates have been talking. We want to tee up a few events, at least a couple, 2 or 3 off the top of my head. One of them was sort of pirate focused, talking about swarm-wise and democratic organizing more. I'll talk a little bit more about probably the Patriot Act, and I'd love to bring into some discussions about right to repair and copyright too, to look at that over the next few months. And so similarly also looking at nuclear energy as part of a diverse generation mix, potentially as a method of addressing climate change or providing greater energy security moving into the future. And similarly with topic-focused issues as more digging into other aspects of climate change with the vote planner on future live streams, and then again looking at with the secular party having discussions around issues affecting secularism within Australia. There's potentially a lot of ground to be had there. Sex Party is renamed to Reason Party a number of years ago. We have a comment from Jed B. At a bare minimum, the current legislative ban on nuclear power generation in Australia is definitely a potential policy issue. Yes, and with science, we definitely consider it something worthwhile to try looking into.
Looks like a very likely topic for a forthcoming open discussion.
Plug.
Watch this space.
Plug, nudge, nudge. Say no more.
Squire, say no more.
I'm sure you've already got a list in your head or possibly written down, Miles, but should we throw it open to comments on what people would like to see future live streams on, or discussion points, particularly between the fusion parties?
We have a comment from Alex Yago, party secretary. Does Alex want to read out his comment on live stream?
Sure, I'll read it out. Also, my last name is pronounced Jago with a hard J.
Sorry, Jay.
So Andrew, right? Literally helps run a political party, and even he can't remember that the Sex Party, who agree with us on a lot of things. So it's not like he has reason to never think about them, as opposed to like some random minor right-wing party. Even Andrew can't keep track that Sex Party have changed their name to Reason. This is the strongest argument I've ever heard for keeping all of our names on the party on the ballot in the way that we're proposing to do it.
I'm terrible with names. Don't blame me for forgetting names. What's your name again?
Alex Yago.
Damn. I feel personally attacked by this relatable content.
I haven't forgotten your name. That's fine. But names is one of my great downfalls. Concepts, I'm good with. I'll always remember concepts. Names.
To answer Starchip's question, yes, your IRC or Discord tag is an excellent thing to put in the additional information section of the nomination. So actually, let's talk about that for a moment.
Yes, please.
So there's 5. When you nominate for any position in the party, there's 5 questions that we ask you. 4 questions and a text box, really. So we ask you, why do you feel that you're qualified for the position that you want to be a candidate for? We ask, why are you seeking the position that you're going for? We ask what experience or contribution you've made so far to the pirate movement, and what will you do next to advance the movement? We ask, do you agree with our platform and our ideals? What other movements or parties have you been a part of? And then we ask you to tell us more. Like maybe you want to link your LinkedIn or your Twitter, or say, hey, you can chat to me here, or here, that sort of stuff. Your nicknames typically do not end up on the actual physical election ballot, neither within the party nor with the AEC. Anyone's wondering why we asked those 4 questions in particular? Well, the answer is that we asked them sometime back in the day, and I haven't felt strongly enough about them to change them. Yeah, we have been trying to avoid the word faction. Probably branch or movement or even sub-party is what we're working with.
Yeah, branch seems to be the de facto phrasing. Faction just suggests too much like what people expect in, say, the Labour Party or the Greens, where, like, are you an environmentalist or are you a communist? Pick a thing, and they really don't necessarily overlap in a good way. So whereas we seem to have more consensus, we might have different interest points, but there isn't the internal conflict quite the same way. At least we don't want to establish these branches on the basis that people should assume a division when there isn't necessarily one there to actually consider or assume. So let's not start off with a nomenclature that implies it. Yeah, we can think about the phrasing of this stuff. I'm sure we'll come up with some good phrasing over time. It's more likely there'll be a nomenclature that kind of falls out.
So this session is allegedly called electioneering. Shall we reiterate what campaigning actually takes logistically?
Yes, please.
So, I mean, something like a third of people now vote in advance, or, well, with COVID, a lot of people have chosen to vote by mail. The way that we reach these people, we cannot at all in any way leave it to the last minute, because there is no last minute for them. Showing up on election day doesn't matter for this third of the country. They've already voted. And not only that, they didn't even have to show up to a polling booth for that. This is why this is good, because it means that continuous events such as we're already running, which Miles puts a huge amount of effort into, may hopefully help us reach these people a little bit earlier. It means we need to come up with stuff that gets us onto mainstream media sometime in the next, sometime before the end of February. It is what that will take to reach these people. Next up is the people who vote early, so they show up to pre-polling. The way that we can reach these people is much the same as we reach everyone who shows up to a booth on election day. We just have to do it for 2 or 3 weeks before election day. So this will, if anyone's not working right now, or if they're retired, then your assistance as a volunteer will be greatly appreciated for that. This means that we have to get all of our ducks in a row, essentially, in terms of signage and flyers and knowing who we're nominating, sorted out, sufficiently far in advance that we can actually meaningfully hand people flyers with people's faces on them 3 weeks before election day. And then finally, there's election day itself, which is more of the same. The common thread for both of them is that logistics is actually kind of hard. You need people handing stuff out. Even if there's only one person per group. I know we've talked about the lone one person with a sign is kind of crazy. 3 people with a sign is a movement. Even one person with a sign is pretty good at boosting the numbers. But in order to do that, there needs to be a person, they need to have a sign, and preferably they also need to have a t-shirt. T-shirts are fairly easy to sort out with the miracle of modern drop shipping. There's Roger modeling one now. But flyers and stuff are harder. You need local coordinators, and it's really, and I say local coordinators, not just volunteers, because it makes life a heck of a lot easier if you can print a big batch of flyers, send them to one person's house, and then have them drive around their side of town and dropping off signs and flyers and stuff to all of the other people. If you try and send them in one-person packet sizes, it's a complete garbled mess, and you spend more money on Australia Post than on anything else. Thank you, Jed B. Logistics is the lifeblood and backbone of politics and war. Well, as we all know, politics and war are just the other by other means, aren't they? Mm. So if you're not, if you're here today and not otherwise seriously engaged, then I hope you will be able to help us in some way on election day, before election day, or with logistics.
Yeah, actually, in the early days, like now, if you have any sort of graphic art skills or creative skills, actually jumping in and trying to create media content, campaigns, slogans, images, potential artwork, all those sorts of things is something that can be done quite early, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we have a huge need for graphic designers at the moment to work on a lot of these projects, particularly around obviously our online promotion. There's a lot of graphic design work, but we also really need designers for those flyers, because we have plenty of t-shirt designs, but it's our flyers, which is really the bread and butter of campaigning. It's really the stuff that we need heaps of. It's our little ammunition when going out there and doing events.
Yeah, I would say video editing over and above flyer design. Flyer design is a problem that we can throw money at. Getting flyers to people is largely a problem of throwing money at it, but also having people to send them to. Startube has a good question about how we do joint flyers.
Hold on. He's asked not to do that one yet.
Okay. He'll be back. Okay. Obviously, with Fusion, we'll be running joint candidates. But what we probably haven't talked about a lot yet is that exactly who's running which candidates where is going to vary quite a bit by state. And this is largely a function of where parties are strong. So, for example, in Victoria, that's where Vote Planet are based. That's where secular leadership are currently based. So it'd make sense if they supplied the Victorian candidates. Okay. And maybe, we will supply one, or it'll depend on who's interested from our side in being a candidate in Victoria, but otherwise I'd expect Vote Planet and Secular to be the Victorian candidates. Similarly, in New South Wales, Science is strong there. We'd expect them to be at least the lead candidate, maybe both of them. And someone could run a third if we really wanted to. In Queensland, we are strong, so we expect to be lead up here, maybe both of them. And then in other states, it'll depend. Satch is interested in running in South Australia. I've received an inquiry for WA. Maybe someone will put their hand up for Tasmania. But the point is, we'll probably agree on some overarching Fusion branding and then leave it up to each branch structure to implement the flyers that support their candidates.
Yeah, so sort of bouncing off that, or actually kind of going back to shared flyers rather, to talk about that specifically, because that's what StarTube raised. We would want to have, so the ballot paper is going to say Fusion, Science, Pirate, Science, Pirate, Secular, Climate Emergency. So we have to have, at a minimum, Fusion and Pirate branding and wording on our flyers. We need to make it clear that we are Fusion Pirate, and I think that'll probably be a good way for all of the parties in the coalition to work, as though our flyers would all have that shared Fusion branding, as well as some of that Science Party branding too. And we were in a meeting with Andrea Leong from Science Party last night, and she brought out a little box and told us there was like 3,000 or 30 or 300. Alex has just turned to rainbow puke on the stream. So you had like 300 boxes of those sitting around, and inside each box there was hundreds of magnets with Science Party branding on them. And she's like, "Is there any way to dispose of these in an environmentally friendly manner?" Yeah.
Miles, just one thought. As part of the whole registration process for Fusion, we did already have to register the logo for that, right?
Yes.
We haven't shown anybody that.
Oh, yeah, good idea. Who's got it handy? Maybe I can do a screen share. I might also completely break the stream.
Do you have one somewhere, Alex?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Oh, I've got an idea. I can put it directly on the stream. There's no way this will go wrong.
There's no way this can go wrong. Totally.
What can possibly go wrong?
Roger has just turned into rainbow puke now.
Here we go.
I'll click the fix button.
We've lost.
Okay, you guys should be able to see that coming up on stream in a few moments.
Yeah, it's the old one.
The old one? What?
Well, we're not Electron.
Oh, right. I should have read this before I put it up there. But yeah,
so the logo's the same though. The name is not Electron. We don't have. I don't think any of our parties had a Ron to elect, so we changed the name.
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion around that at first. We couldn't work out who Ron was and why he was going to have a whole campaign built.
What? Yeah. And also, I think we've gone for I know we've gone for the singular pirate rather than pirates in the subsequent names. So Science, Pirate, Singular, Secular, Climate Emergency.
Okay.
Jeb D's comment, love it.
Where have you posted this, Miles?
I put it directly onto the stream.
The stream? So it's
on
not
YouTube.
On YouTube. Oh God, I'm supposed to be looking at that too, am I?
No.
When you post the image on the channel, it's an obvious place to put an image.
But it's an illegal graphic. It's not approved.
It's registered with the AEC.
We're not electing.
getting there.
We're not electing Ron though.
Oh, well, so don't put the electron one up there, but the symbol.
I don't
right?
have the fusion one. I only
You
have
don't have the
I
fusion
only
one.
have the Ron one.
Oh,
The wrong one.
The wrong one, yeah. There we go. I put it in Discord for everyone.
There you go. There's the symbol. And you can imagine that symbol with a pirate flag in the middle of it, or a science symbol in the middle of it, or a whatever the hell secular symbol is, or a vote planet thing inside there. But the idea of the overlapping circles there is it's essentially a Venn diagram in which most of what they have in common is in most of it is actually in common, and hence the large area in common in the middle. So it's a Venn diagram where we mostly agree. So it was kind of symbolic in that regard, and it has the multiple colors in the overlapping regions to represent sort of a diversity of different focus areas and things that potentially sit outside of the common thing. So it was quite symbolic and representative, and we all kind of liked it as soon as we saw it.
Mm.
It's symbolic, Jed. We're not actually trying to represent a Venn diagram. It doesn't need to be functional. It's a symbol.
I mean, in a way, it could almost work as a Venn diagram.
It's conceptually Venn. It's very Venn. How Venn of you? We're not going to try and shift one of those circles around to represent a variation on the current state of affairs. And we have no claims about any particular circle belonging to the pirates.
Our discussion is slowing down a little bit, and I'm conscious it has been about an hour and a half. We are running regular meetings. We have the fortnightly National Council meetings on a Thursday here on Discord. We have at least five meetings for Fusion every week. 4, 5, sometimes there are a couple a night. I don't.
Got one tonight, right?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we got a big one tonight. So,
Goodness, yeah.
So if you're interested in getting involved, and we do need the help, we do need the support. We can always make use of more people working on these, because as I said, we've put a lot of resources into developing the Fusion structure and process, but we've started shifting some of those resources towards election campaigning. And if you're interested in contributing, jumping in, getting involved, we need your help. Doesn't matter about skills. We will skill you up. We will help you build up your confidence and find ways for everyone to contribute, however that may look like. Yes, no, the meetings aren't public, but they are open to members to come and participate. So if you wanted to come along and contribute, bearing in mind that these are working group meetings, they do have very packed agendas, and there is quite a lot of work to go through, but you're more than welcome to come along and start getting your feet wet. So the different things we have going at the moment, there's a lot of work going on in the Constitution and Compliance Working Group. So compliance is looking at the legal structure. Constitution is obviously looking at the primarily around the governance and the Constitution, developing those. We have a policy working group, which is looking at commonalities in our policy and developing key themes for media and messaging. And around shared campaigns, we have the campaigns committee, which is where a lot of my work is going, and that's in developing the structure around campaigning, setting up campaign teams, setting up events and candidates, and looking at ways we can work together there. And so if one of those sounds good. So was that Andrew?
Compliance was the last one you didn't mention.
I did briefly mention it, but yeah, compliance is around setting up the legal structure and the legal risk, and that one's a little bit might be a little bit hard unless you do have some experience working in organizational compliance area. But if you're willing to put in some work and do a bit of research about with that one, then absolutely there's ways everyone can contribute there as well. Sunny's chiming in with a comment. Holy cow, that's a lot of work in not a lot of time. He's absolutely right. But there's a whole lot of us working on this. The in total across all of our 4 parties, there's around 20 people working on these various working groups, contributing. And we, at the big conveners meeting every week, we have at least 10 to 15 people coming in. And so we do have a fairly large body of volunteers working on this process in total that are bringing everything together. So Sunny is asking in chat, is there a structure for if or how we manage membership and how the coalition can break up? Great questions. We did talk a lot about the exit conditions for the coalition, and I'll get Andrew to recap on that quickly in a minute, but just talking about how we manage membership. We've had some extensive discussions there. So in the Pirates, we've been advocating very heavily to ensure that there's transparency and accountability measures in the governance, but also that there's strong member privacy in the way we store and handle member data as well. So at this stage, we Pirates are maintaining as much control as possible of our own member data, and the only disclosure will be through the registered officer for Vote Planet, who will be handling our registration. They'll be viewing some of our member data purely for the purpose of AEC audits. And in the long term, we're debating the possibility of a merged member pool to better enable member communication and internal member campaigning. One of the things we're looking at is Nation Builder, and that's not an ideal solution, but we are talking about it and investigating it and looking at other similar options as well. Alternatively, looking at using maybe just the Pirate Party system for all of Fusion to put. These are all options that some of them discussed. It's an ongoing process, but at the moment we're maintaining separate member lists.
Yeah, we're quite sensitive to the privacy issue around membership details, and so probably at a constitution working group level for Fusion, if one of the areas we might have to deal with there is the use of membership information and finding a standard there that's acceptable to all of us. Right now, it's as independent as it possibly can be. So we retain control over Pirate Party membership data, and the only sharing we do of that is to one registered officer who is responsible for taking that in its collective form from all of the branches to the AEC. That's the only authorized purpose for membership data that exists outside of the existing standards and conventions that we comply with.
Well, I mean, if we want to run a Fusion-wide membership ballot, then we can disclose data sufficient to make that work as well, but that hopefully shouldn't be completely necessary. We can probably, whatever ballots we run, we can structure such that each party runs their own ballot, and then we can collate the results.
So there's a few different ways we could do it. We haven't got to that level of thing yet, but that's a degree of integration that would be good to have, right? It's a good problem to have. Let's put it that way. And yeah, as we develop on the whole constitutional thing, we're going to want to actually, and compliance things, we're going to have methods of doing this, because at some point you want to be able to, send a message out to the whole membership of Fusion to let them know about electioneering things that are going on collectively, and that we're all working together, and have public announcements about these things, and always copy the membership on it. How are we going to make that work in an efficient manner that doesn't involve too much manual action by each group? We need ways to automate these things, but that's all, down the ways. It's like, do it in a privacy preserving manner is the ideal.
So we have a question from Zach in chat. Do we have an approximate member count for each party? And yes, I can tell you that the Vote Planet has approximately 400 members, Secular has approximately 1,000 members, and Science Party have approximately 1,200 members. And there was another question earlier about what are the exit mechanisms from Fusion. And Andrew, would you be able to quickly recap on that?
Yeah, largely we've, if you look at Cap 1, you'll see the exit criteria that we've laid out there. Mostly that's us asserting, there's nothing essentially to stop us as a group simply exiting just because we want to, because we retain control over our membership list. We continue to have a existing legal entity, which is the Pirate Party, and we could, if we wanted to, choose to just exit. But we have laid in place currently laying in place into our constitution some criteria that we want to be, we are self-committing to, which is more done as a token of our commitment to the collective organization, as an assertion of goodwill. To say, look, we are, for example, if we were to get an elected member, for example, we're not going to just take our elected member and see you later, guys, we're out of here. We don't want to be that party. We're in this together, and so a certain commitment to sticking together is good. We have, however, set some exit criteria that says, well, in the event of we don't have any elected members, then there is a time period, I think it's about 18 months or so in between elections, where we set that open as a space where we could reconsider that and just go, yeah, we don't think this is working for us, we're all out of here. But that's an exit criteria that's laid out for if it really isn't working. The essential commitment has to actually be, the things in the forefront of our minds has to be, how do we make this work? Because making it work is to everybody's benefit. The exit criteria is a contingency plan. So we've got both sides covered, but we really want to focus more on the how do we make it work, because it looks like a good deal all around. So we're mostly focusing there.
Question in chat: how do we ensure an elected pirate doesn't go off the rails? Similarly, how do we ensure that an elected member, say from Science Party, doesn't go off the rails? Are there any checks there? Well, we are looking at instituting a character test and a code of conduct for candidates to ensure that they do remain compliant with our principles and values. We obviously have the expectation that all candidates, and we do ask candidates to sign a pledge for the Pirate Party to adhere to Pirate Party policy and values, and similarly, other candidates have those kind of checks in place. So I'm pretty confident that for our partners that they are definitely committed to having reasonable and sane candidates.
At a certain level, though, there is a point where you can't particularly constrain an elected member, right? Mm. Somebody who is elected to Parliament is then standing up there and doing their thing as an elected member. Now, and that applies to any party. The thing is, though, that if they were to stand against the interests of the party that got them elected, then they would rapidly find themselves ousted from that, and their chances of ever being re-elected or ever being entrusted by other political organizations and entities, if they displayed that level of disloyalty, is 0 to none, right? It's of that order. So it's one of those things where it, to a large extent, it acts against your interests, which is also why we end up having to kind of put the sort of provisions in place that if you achieve some reasonable level of scale and notoriety or whatever as a political party, Yeah, there tends to be a lot of bystanders who suddenly go, "Oh wow, I really believe in your cause," and they suddenly jump on board, right? And then you get that's one of those sort of growth pain issues that happens with a political party. If you achieve a degree of success, everybody wants to jump on your bandwagon and be sort of thrust into the limelight on that basis. You should be reasonably slow to trust brand newcomers into such positions. They want to have a demonstrated track record of working with you and being committed to your cause over reasonable lengths of time before you trust them at that level. And that's just part of human trust mechanisms. And at some degree, you've just got to accept that level of trust is earned and respect is earned through years of dedication and effort. It's not something you grant overnight and expect to just happen, right? That's a reality.
A little bit of chatter going here in Discord comms. Yep, Sunny's brought up the differences that the Liberal National Party are having in terms of climate policy is a good example. Alex also pointed out that by the agenda we're due to finish now, so given that chatter has slowed down a lot, this might be a good chance to end it. And I just want to reiterate that if you haven't sort of jumped in and started working at the next level in one of the Pirate Party working groups or one of the Fusion working groups, and you're interested in contributing, we are very, very happy and in need of all kinds of assistance in many different areas. We've discussed a lot of them this afternoon. And but there are plenty of ways to contribute, particularly around election campaigning, but also around the general work around putting Fusion together. So please do reach out, and we can find ways for you to contribute gratefully and gladly. So I'm going to ask Alex now to put a motion to close day one of Congress. And we'll begin voting immediately. Place your votes in chat.
I think StarTube just raised an important issue, Miles. We don't actually have a party calendar that everybody can refer to easily. Is there some way we can get one of those?
So we do have a public calendar. It is half updated. So there are some things on it and some things not on it. It is not the easiest thing to update. But part of that is due to the fact that a lot of the Pirate Party working groups are in fact meeting irregularly, so they don't have regular meeting times. So IR committee and policy dev committee both do not have a regular meeting slot at the moment. So that's one thing to consider. But I can link that calendar for you. Roger, you should be able to update this calendar. You've got a WordPress account, right?
Yep, I try to keep it up to date with the main events that are happening for the Pirate Party. As you say, there are sometimes meetings that happen a bit sporadically that don't get added. If there's anything regular, then yes, it's on that calendar already. In terms of, if we set up regular working groups, then yeah, happy to add in those recurring meetings. So they show up on the calendar, and you can subscribe to that calendar as well and have it give you all the reminders in all of your places.
We should probably get better at that generally. Like at the moment, hardly any of the meetings I attend actually turn up in that.
Unfortunately.
feel free to tell me, and I will add them to the calendar.
Good, 'cause
Unfortunately,
I have no way to update it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not a very good mind reader. I'm working on it, but
Oh,
training is slow.
Okay, we're just waiting for that motion to time out. We'll be joining to 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Motion has carried. Thank you very much. I'll be bringing the stream down now. Hope to see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. And thanks in advance to the National Council who'll be coming to the conveners meeting tonight, because I know you'll all be there
Can't wait.
to report from the various shenaniganery during the week.
I'm a project manager. I love meetings.
Yeah, me too. And so Sarchu's got a comment in chat. Maybe setting up lines of communication between working group leaders and people who control the calendar to get working group dates on there, as well as including a call to action national council meetings. Check the calendar if you want to get involved sporadically. Yes, as the members of National Council can attest, I regularly volunteer them for things that need to get done or provide opportunities for people to be involved and get things done. So party members are always welcome to turn up on Thursday nights for an update on how the party is progressing in various matters.
I didn't even know that Roger was Mr. Calendar.
Well, he's Deputy Secretary, so he has access to the keys to the calendar.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah.
And
Not quite the whole kingdom, just the calendar.
The calendar and the member list and the press list as well.
Not even the member list. Just
Not the member list.
Just the mailing lists.
Mailing
like
list.
send-
Yes, sorry, mailing list.
mailing lists. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I will see you all tomorrow or tonight.
What time tomorrow?
10 a.m. same time. 10 a.m. Sydney time.
Same pirate time.
Same pirate place.
Same pirate.
Channel?
Pirate.
Give me 1 second.